Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Today, we're back to the Ace Attorney Investigations Collection. Finally, after finishing off Metal Gear Rising, we're back into this now. So, I remember we were dealing with some douchebag police officer guy, and so we're here to figure out what actually happened and what this guy's problem is. I mean, he's a douche, so that's the real problem, but... Chased out like a pair of peasants. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Kay? There's something even thieves should never steal. Do you know what that is? You really shouldn't steal anything. However, I'll bite. What shouldn't a thief steal? A life. It's too heavy a burden on your soul to get away with, ever. That's something we can agree on. Well said, Kay. No matter what we may try, murder is one crime that can never truly be hidden. And I intend to prove that by my own hands. When I apprehend the murderer myself. Alright, I'm gonna help you work extra hard to be a good assistant. Let's go. Still never said she could be my assistant. I'm just gonna drop this issue. The first thing we should locate... First thing to do is locate the real scene of the murder. Mr. Edgeworth! Detective Gumshoe. Mr. Edgeworth, the stadium! Hurry, sir! This is supposed to be hush-hush, but they found a witness at the stadium. A witness? You! What do we tell you about leaving your assigned post? The jig is up. Mr. Edgeworth, remember that I'm always rooting for you, so go get him, sir! Those detectives look like they're really enjoying themselves. It's not all fun and games, Kay. Now let's head to the stadium and meet this witness. Oh, hey, look, it's at the Miss Blue, cart that was missing from the garage. I thought there was a witness here. Yeah, I don't see anyone. Mr. Edgeworth! Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. Ah, Emma Skye. Long time no see. You are Miss Emma Skye, correct? This girl is the younger sister of my former superior, Lana Skye. 2 years ago, we stood in the same courtroom together as witness and prosecutor. I thought she had gone to Europe to study forensics. I can't believe you remember me, Mr. Edgeworth. Of course I do. How have you been? You look to be in good spirits. You still studying abroad? You bet. More than anything, I want to investigate crime scenes scientifically. I've been studying non-stop every day to become a top-notch forensic scientist. But it's spring break now, so I thought I'd come back for a bit. I see. Yes. I'm not talking to you, Kay. I'm not talking to you, Kay. I almost didn't recognize it. You've really grown in the past few years. Please don't tease me, Mr. Edgeworth. I know I still have a long way to go. But I'm going to be a super forensic scientist someday. You'll see. You seem to know Mr. Edgeworth really well. Are you two acquaintances? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Emma Skye. Nice to meet you. I'm studying abroad now to be a forensic scientist. How about you? Wow, that's a great dream. My name's Kay Faraday. And I'm trained to become an unstoppable great thief. A great thief? Don't think too hard on it, Emma. It's not worth the trouble. In any case, we have much to catch up on. You bet we do. So why are you here, Emma? Well, I just happened to decide to come back home for spring break. And then I heard that you'd come back too, so I raced over here. I really wanted to welcome you back at the airport, but I just missed you. And how exactly did you know I was here? Through the power of science, naturally. Never underestimate what science can do for you. I use these to track your footprints, and I follow them straight to you. This set is the greatest. It's so wonderfully scientific. You spray this chemical on the ground, and when you shine a special light on it, Zing! The footprints light up like an electrified noble gas in glass tube. Damn. It's a tongue twister I didn't expect to find. It's almost like magic, scientifically speaking. Forensic science has never seemed more ominous to me than at this very moment. Emma, I'd like to ask you about what you witnessed. Huh? What are you talking about? Are you not the witness Detective Gumshoe told us about? Well, I did get a call from Detective Gumshoe earlier. He was practically yelling at me. Mr. Edgeworth needs your scientific doohickeys right now, pal, he said. What was that man thinking? Or rather, not thinking? Let me guess, there's been a murder, right? Yes, unfortunately. The sudden glint in your eye. I need to keep my mind focused on the witness. Now, where did that person go? I think this is my Badgermobile? Yeah, but it's a different color than the Blue Badger's car. Yes, this is the retina searing pink model. What's that off in the distance? Oh, hey, it's the Pink Badger. Badger, get! Badger, Badger, Badger. Just what does she see in these silly things? I think this Badger has something to say to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Are you by chance the witness I've been searching for? Sorry, but I don't speak Badger dance. Oh dear God, no! Ah! I can't believe I'm in a stuffy head anymore. You're... No! Why her? Why here? Why now? I first met this woman 3 years ago, since she was a witness to one of my cases. She has since gone out of her way to pop up unexpectedly and cause me great grief. Edgy Poo! Why couldn't you understand what I was trying to tell you? I mean, really, I was trying so hard to keep these kids' dream alive by staying in character. But you could just pick up what I was trying to convey to you. I'm sick and tired of that roundabout way of talking, so I'm just going to be direct. I had a bad feeling before, but this just made it official. Today has gone beyond the typical not my day into the realm of waking nightmare. So you're a friend of Mr. Edgeworth too, Miss Pink Badger? You could say that. But right now, I'm just a Pink Badger, dearie. She may look the part, but I know better than to trust my eyes around this woman. My name's Wendy Oldbag. Wendy Oldbag, by the way. Call me Wendy or Granny, or whatever suits you fancy. Nice to meet you, Miss Oldbag. I'm Kay Faraday. What do I care about a young whippersnapper like you? Yeah, sure, I was just trying to be polite. Weren't you a security guard at one of the Gatewater hotels the last time we met? I go where I'm needed. I'm very good at what I do, unlike the youth of today. They're called in all the time to fill in when there aren't enough hands. But enough about me, Edgy Poo. I'm thoroughly dejected right now. If I didn't get the chance to see you again here, you are talking with 2 young girls. Men are all the same. Doesn't matter how old you are. I'm just gonna let this go because I can't keep up. I don't have autoplay on. She just does this. You seem to attract all sorts of interesting people, Mr. Edgeworth. Kate, please, I'm begging you. By all means, do not provoke her any further. Aren't you forgetting about something, Mr. Edgeworth? This person could be the witness. Honestly, I hope she isn't, but I don't think its fate is going to be so kind to me today. I saw what happened. Hey, it was on the exact moment it happened. How's that? So it's true. She is the witness. I suppose I can't afford to ignore this old bag. Yes, it was just a little while ago. So it happened right in front of me. The moment of the murder. You mean to say that you witnessed someone being killed right before your eyes? Sounds like a pretty important piece of testimony to me. Let's take a short break. As I was resting, I happened to glance over and saw 2 men facing each other in that area. Then there was a loud gunshot, and the person who was shot fell to the ground. It's a very terrifying experience, let me tell you. Which man hooked you up, please? So you hit the jackpot, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, I can't afford to ignore what she has to say. Unfortunately. What's that unfortunately attacked in the end supposed to mean, Edgy Poo? Well, anyway, let's see what we can find out from this little old lady. Let's figure out what she was doing here. She's on a short break. You took a break from being the pink badger? You may not think it, but it's hard keeping kids' dreams alive. You smell of sweat, your hip creaks with pain, you even begin to dream about work. That's the kind of story that would scar a child for life, you know. Well, that's when I chose to come take my break here, whippersnapper. I don't plan on playing the part of the dead badger in a bunch of a bunch of kids. So what did you see while you, the pink badger, were resting? Oh yes, that. Well, as I was resting, I happened to glance over and saw two men facing each other in that arena. Or that area. I keep saying arena.
Hold it!
You saw two men? Can you describe them for me? They look like your average Joe is completely uninteresting and not worth fawning over. I'm telling you, they were so boring I don't even remember much beyond that. But did they have any special features? Anything you could recall would be very helpful. Oh my, don't tell me you're jealous of those two men. Hey, she's right. You do seem pretty worked up over them, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm not worked up over anyone, and I'm not jealous. It's alright, Edgy Poo. Those two are just fools compared to a stallion like you. I thought so little of them that I lost interest in the instant I laid eyes on them. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot, and the person who was shot fell to the ground.
Hold it!
Didn't you see the exact moment in which the murder took place? Absolutely. I committed a terrible racket when it was fired. You didn't try to help the person that got shot? I'm only one person, you smart alecky brat. What could I have done? Well, I took off as soon as I could find someone who could help. Two men, one bullet. It's all consistent with what we found out from the body. See, there's a lot of new information to go on in your testimony. Well, if I saw the guy again, I'm sure I could identify him for you. I mean, how do you expect me to remember anything without something to jog my memory? Self-centered, aren't we? That was somewhat useful. Her testimony also presents us with a new problem. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes? So about this new problem. What is that giant grin on your face for? Do you want me to show you something really nice? No, thank you. Don't be so mean. I swear it's something you're gonna like. What's that gadget you're holding? What you see before you secret weapon of a great thief. I should have known it would be worthless. Oh, don't be like that. Ahem. What do you think now? What is it doing? It's projecting something into the air. We're going to input the necessary information to run the simulation now. Once I'm done, I'll increase the size of the projection to its maximum size. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares take wing, one alone remains all-seeing. That is the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. What is this? It's a recreation of the murder based on the info I inputted into Little Thief. Little Thief. I dare say you're taking the Robin Hood thing a bit too far. Little Thief was actually meant to be a simulator for me, to plan my thefts. But I suppose if I used it like this, let's see. So back to the two men were facing each other, and then a gunshot rang out and the victim fell to the ground. So with this we can inspect the crime scene as it was in the past. See? So what do you think? I have to say I'm impressed by the technology thieves have access to these days. But it is a super secret weapon of the mighty Yatagarasu. Indeed. Oh, but if there isn't enough information or something is out of place, the recreation could come out a little strange. In other words, I can use this to authenticate the validity of the witness's testimony. You've got it. You really catch on quick, Mr. Edgeworth. Simulation recreation of that witness's testimony. For now, I should re-examine everything. If anything illogical or strange, I can ask for clarification. Feel free to examine anything in the simulation in the way you always do. You can present evidence when you find a contradiction. If you find something, I've got the Little Thief with me, so you can just let me know, okay? Testimony, the victim fell to the ground here. That's right, but if that's the case, then we've already found our first contradiction. What? Where? If this is the real scene of the crime, there's something missing that should be here. Missing item. Let's see. Actually, a lot of blood here. This is the contradiction. Is something wrong with my recreation? This is the real scene of the crime. Something specific should be here. Think back, how did we deduce that the other crime scene was not the real one? Oh, I get what's missing now. There's no blood on the ground here either, right? Right. The fact that there is no blood here casts doubt on the witness's testimony. Edgy Poo, how could you doubt me like that? Are you calling me a liar? I know what I saw, and I saw the victim get shot down. You know, I don't think she's lying, Mr. Edgeworth. To be honest, I can't think of a reason why she would lie to me. In that case, maybe there's another explanation for the distant lack of blood. Let's see, do I have anything we can do? Clearly the killer with his gun at the ready. Okay, is it not possible to recreate the face of the killer? We can't exactly, but we don't know until the thief. At this point. Let's see. They broke the stage down. Things are done for the day. It's because a different show is scheduled to start run tomorrow. I can. I'm missing something. I did that. It's not possible the victim was wearing a costume. Think that Mr. Deacon was one of the kidnappers? I think we can reasonably assume there's a very good chance that he was. Then if he was shot while he was inside one of the stolen costumes, then Mr. Deacon's blood would be inside the costume instead of on the ground. Precisely. Only we can prove that the victim was wearing a costume. I think it would be pretty easy if I can find some footprints. But the problem is finding them since there doesn't seem to be any around. So, now we can go about finding some of those. This is amazing. Just feel the power of science. I'm about the method you were talking about for finding footprints. Ah, finally, my expert knowledge in forensics is needed. Yes, well, can you detect any trace? Can you detect and taste any even partial footprints? Leave it to me. My crafting cutting-edge detection kit can find anything. Very well. Please analyze the footprints in this area. Okay, stand back now and witness the power of science at work. Hey, I found something. Look right here. That's anything. Oh, that's right. Here, put these special glasses on, Mr. Edgeworth. These were definitely lit by a badger. Judging by the way the prints were layered, those seem to be the newest. Include the victim was definitely wearing a costume at the time. Okay, so I'll update Little Thief simulation parameters. Let's see what we find out from this new info. Wearing a costume when he died. And with that, we should be one step closer to the truth, right? I see the recreation has changed in accordance with the new information. A bit closer, but now something has caught my attention. What do you want? Your testimony. Naturally, I'd like to hear it one more time, if you please. How many controllers have I broken? I haven't broken any controllers. I've used them so much they've worn out, and I've had to replace them, but never broken. Say and take a short break. I was resting, I happened to glance over and I saw two men facing each other in that area. Suddenly there was a loud gunshot and the person who felt shot fell to the ground. Very terrifying experience, let me tell you. Miss Buckleback's testimony is a contradiction in it? Yes, and I believe our best course of action is to compare it with your recreation. See, I just knew Little Thief would be of help. Alright, let's see if we can pull together info from Miss Buckleback to put into the recreation. For that, we must first find the contradiction in her testimony. I know where it is.
Objection!
The victim was wearing a costume so she couldn't see two men. Two men? How'd you know the gender of the two people involved? I think so the victim was wearing a costume at that time. Furthermore, we have another matter I'd like to inquire about. I'd very much like to know why you failed to mention the costume in your testimony. I'm beginning to doubt if you really witnessed the murder at all. But I'm telling you, I really did see. I saw with my own eyes. From a seat in the second tier. Second tier. Hey, didn't you say you saw right in front of your eyes earlier? That was, I was using the phrase in the metaphorical sense. See, our witness has a screw. Still has a screw loose in the metaphorical sense. The cushy seats in the second tier are reserved for hotshot VIPs. Which is exactly why I go there now and I'm gonna take a nap. See how you could have gotten a good look from. I can't say you could have gotten a good look from up there. It's so high up. Were you about to see even the victim's costume from way up there? I realized I two people. But I couldn't really see what they looked like because they were in the stage's shadow. My eyesight isn't what it used to be, Like when I was young. Oh, here we go again. Let's return to our investigation, shall we, Kay? You got it. So the silhouette of the victim is in the costume. The silhouette can change depending on the information I input, but Little Thief can recreate more than just people. So put this skin away. We may find more info which makes it more accurate soon. That sounds like a plan. If that woman's testimony is to be believed, the murder occurred before the stage was broken down. Do you want me to put that tiny little bit of info into Little Thief? Yes, if you please. Okay. Yeah. This is clearly a contradiction here. Please stop stealing my lines. Oh, come on. It wasn't hard to see it coming, even for a layman like me. Suppose, in any case, it's not possible the killer stood here in that way. Because there was a very real stage set up in this spot at the time. You should have told you I got it. Do you feel the need to explain everything? Yes, well, in any case, we still need to resolve this unusual situation. It's obvious. Crow's on top of the stage, naturally. Right, Miss Buckleback? Yes, I remember now. The killer's standing on top of the stage. So, let me update the info in the simulation. Well, what do we have here? Bunch of hooligans running amok, I see. Agent Lang, how nice of you to join us. Well, I can't have you going around messing up my crime scenes. Agent Lang, we've discovered the real scene of the murder is here, the stadium. I see. Thanks. For what? I'm just trying to show you my appreciation for all the time you saved me. Who knew that such a strange little toy could recreate a crime scene like that? Little Thief is not a toy. You too. Sir. There you have it, you see. Big boys like me don't need silly toys, little girl. Now this is a recreation. So what, do you intend to assert that Officer Meekins is the killer? Of course. Even knowing that the crime took place here doesn't let him off the hook. This is the real scene of the crime. Officer Meekins laying wait for the victim on top of the stage. And when the victim finally showed, he shot him from on high. That's the truth your little recreation showed. The firewall officer, you accuse Officer Meekins of this crime. He's the most likely suspect we've got, especially given the situation with his gun. Well, even if he is the killer, at least my recreation was on the mark. You see, thank you for understanding, my little crow girl. I'm not some common crow. I'm the Yatagarasu, Raven of Legend. Raven of Legend. Good lord, I can't fucking speak. Fortunately, your conclusion is yet to be tested, so let's see how well it holds up. This is the real scene of the crime. I'm not pressing on that.
Hold it!
May as well press everything to have it. You found the real crime scene first. Yeah, brag all you want. We don't have that all that free time, unlike the two of you. You know what you remind me of? The dog licking his wounds after he whimpers home. Well, I guess I should be thankful for all the time you saved me. She. Or Shay. So we say thanks in my country. You're welcome. Everybody does realize this if we didn't do this all for him. But I'm here now, so I'll be taking over. And as I was saying, this is where the crime took place. Meekins laying wait for the victim on top of the stage.
Hold it!
Hey, wait, how did Officer Meekins even know the victim was going to come here? Simple. He was investigating the kidnappers, right? And while he was doing so, he came to understand the victim, Mr. Deacon's movements.
Objection!
Ha! Whoever the good officer want to ambush and kill a kidnapper.
Knuckle back!
You mean his motive? Who knows and who cares? You can find out for yourself when you talk to him in jail. You have no respect for the order of law. Don't get me wrong, but any more than there's no motive to convince me otherwise. He's right. Lack of a motive is a rather weak argument by itself. So, the officer lay in wait on top of the stage. When the victim finally showed, he shot him from on high.
Hold it!
So you agree with how our recreation turned out? Like I said, I'm grateful you were able to save me some time. But we still don't know why he chose to wait on top of the stage. Who cares? Maybe he wanted to become the Blue Badger. Who says he didn't see the stage and decided to put on a Badger stage show of his own? There's a completely different reason. What does it matter? It still doesn't change the fact that Officer Meekins stood up on that stage and shot the victim on the ground below. That's the truth the little recreation showed.
Hold it!
Do you not believe that what you're saying is what really occurred? Hey, you're the ones who came up with this scenario. You're saying you doubt yourselves. Touché. Unfortunately, Agent Lang's conclusions do not contradict with our recreation. Then does that mean it all went down just as he says? No, not quite. What we had recreated earlier was the whole truth. Alright, see, what do I have to present? Maybe it was the fact that Mrs. Officer Meekins is on the right. Terribly sorry, Agent Lang. I should have warned you that our recreation is incomplete. You cut in quite unexpectedly after all. What was that supposed to mean? You said that the victim was shot by the killer from up above, correct? I hate to break it to you, but that's not possible. Huh? Why not? Recall Mr. Deacon's body, specifically where the gunshot wounds were located. Actually, I didn't get that good of a look. Oh, well then. The bullet entered Mr. Deacon in his abdominal region and it exited through his right shoulder. This is more consistent with an angled shot from beneath the victim. Then, yes, our recreation of the victim being shot at an angle from above. A clear contradiction. You're discounting your own conclusions. No, this one point is likely the only flaw. This was a mistaken parameter of our recreation, the killer and victim's locations. The killer and the victim were wrong. I get it. I see what you're trying to say. The killer and the victim were standing opposite to what we had initially thought. So the victim was on top of the stage as he was being shot by the killer. This is what happened. It also explained the positioning of the gunshot wounds. But then what about the footprints? Since footprints don't lie, we can assume then that the killer also wore a costume. Okay, I'll try using that data instead. Like that both the killer and the victim were wearing costumes. I'd say it was a killing between the two kidnappers. It's the most natural conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Agent Lang? Well done, Mr. Prosecutor. But that alone doesn't clear Officer Meekins of the crime. As he taking another good look at the tire marks over there. The 3 marks are indicative of the Blue Badger mobile. Story Officer Meekins told about that shop on wheels getting stolen was just a lie. He took the Blue Badger mobile here and committed the murder. Then he used the car to move the body to the garage in the Wild Wild West area. You believe he moved the body with his car? That's right. I was Officer Meekins himself who pointed us that way, didn't he? The tired marks are very telling, however. Blue Badger will be the only thing capable of creating such a pattern. It isn't. A good look at the tire marks over there.
Hold it!
Tire marks? Yes, the tire marks, the ones behind the stage. They were hidden up until now by the various pieces of stage equipment. When they were made, they must have been made after the rain had begun to fall, correct? Yes, at probably the same time as when the Wheeler's footprints were made. Tires on that Blue Badger mobile probably got pretty muddy, all because of that. I'd say it's a Blue Badger mobile because, well, that's pretty obvious too.
Objection!
Got it. Sorry, Agent Lang, but that's an impossible tale. Why is that? Those tire marks could not have been left by Officer Meekins' Blue Badger mobile. One look at the car could have told you so. The Blue Badger mobile had never been to this stadium. The fact that there's nothing on the tires.
Take that!
Take a look at the tires. There's not a single dollop of mud found on it. This car had come to the backstage area and left those tire tracks. And the lack of mud on the tires stands out as very peculiar indeed. Then how do you explain the tire tracks, genius? Hey, I've got it. What about this old bag's pink Badger mobile? Don't be ridiculous. I was sleeping the entire time in the second-tier seats. Indeed, I believe we can rule her out as someone related to the crime. However, there is yet one more roving store, as I recall. Oh, you mean the Proto Badger? So there was one more parking space inside that garage. It's the existence of the Badger mobile. I suggest you find this Proto Badger mobile post haste. Must still be some sort of incriminating evidence in it. Yeah. Interesting. Oh, it's the kidnapped dude. Help me. Are you alright? Wait, this is something. Look, we found our kidnapping victim. Where were you all this time? Wild West with kidnappers. He was in the room next to the one I was held in. Ran away using underground and got lost. The kidnappers... What is it? I can't understand what you're trying to say. The kidnappers escaped wearing costumes. Did you see the faces of your kidnappers? No, I didn't see their faces, but two. One was a woman. Quite an important piece of testimony. Hey, what are you guys doing? Stop standing there and get your cops on this already. Leave it, you guys. I'll even let you guys have what the kid said just now. Consider it a gift. Now you were gonna get out of my crime scene, or am I gonna have to get rough? Again? You're nothing but a big bully. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go. Oh, no, you're not you. You're a very important witness for my case. I'm not about to let you get away that easy. Don't count on me to testify, because I won't. Not for you. That's right, I won't either. You hear me, you young whippersnapper? Hey, calm down. There's no need for all this hostility. I just want to take a statement from each of you. I'm not going to be rough either of you up. I give you my word. Come now, fair maidens. What do you say? Will you cooperate? Fair maidens. My, you little rascal. You sure know how it weighs in a woman's heart. Langis says, the passage of time is but a fleeting moment, and a lady is young forever. Trying to outdo my edgy poo with your fancy schmancy sayings? Let's get this over with so we're clear. I'm only interested in giving you my statement. Sure, just as soon as Mr. Prosecutor leaves us be. Mr. Edgeworth. We're doing pretty well. Looks like we got the boot again. With land saved. Let's focus on the investigation will shift solely onto the murder. You mean the infighting between the kidnappers? Yes, and also the identity of the remaining kidnapper. Miles, my boy. Tell me it's true. Tell me they really found my boy. Yes, Mr. Amano. We found him earlier in the stadium. Then my little Lance is unhurt. He's not exactly the picture of perfect health, but his life is not in danger. He's being questioned right now by Agent Lang. The poor Lance must have been so horrible for him. Locked up like a... Miles, my boy, I can't thank you enough. It was nothing. I'm still in shock over what happened to Oliver. But I still have to say I'm relieved the Lance is alright. Oh, that's right. I also forget to pass this on to Lance as soon as the police are finished with him. A letter? Oh, the way Lance is being chased after by women reminds me of someone I know. I almost can't believe you received another love letter, you know. Here, take a look for yourself. It's a breach of confidentiality. Tender Lender Loan Company, okay. My dear Lance Amano, may I come see you again, your beloved Viola. Very simple love letter. Oh, hey, let me see. That's really weird. A loan company, Tender Lender. It's like a collection building. There's a smiley face down here. This way. He loves me. He loves me not. He loves me. He loves me not. Oh, it's the 12th one. No, you can't give up, Lauren. Just one more try. Excuse me. I can't help but feel a bit sorry for all the flowers you've gone through. I suppose if they were me, then. You said you were Lance's girlfriend when we first met, correct? Yes, I am, but it's not like we both think of each other as lovers. But he did give me this ring, so I guess we're not just friends either. Maybe because this isn't just any ordinary ring. It tastes so sweet when you lick it. Oh, it's so wonderful. Did it tell me that he gave you a lollipop ring? So which is it? Have you guys not decided if you're going out, or is it just one-sided? Decided? Shouldn't both parties involved naturally just know? My father used to work for Mr. Amano, and so Lance and I grew up together. I said it out loud. I don't see how that has to be embarrassed about. When I was an employee of the Amano Group, what did he do? I heard his job was to fly around the world. On Pegasus. Pegasus? Oh, Pegasus was the name of the airplane. The airplane belonged to the company. You had me there for a second. I know, but now it's all changed. My father isn't around anymore. Oh, I see. About 10 years ago, he rode in Pegasus off to somewhere and never returned. Riding Pegasus to whereabouts unknown. Sounds like the stuff elections are made of. It's been so long, I don't think I'd recognize him if we were to ever meet again. I'm so sorry, Lauren. But I won't give in to the sadness. I have to live. Yes, Lord, live! What was the incident? Incident? But isn't the kidnapping already over and dealt with? I've been here the whole time, so I'm afraid I don't know much about any other incident. How did you come to know that Lance had been kidnapped? Oh, that's because of my woman's intuition. You based everything on that? I know everything when it comes to my Lance. It really is. It's really strange. It must really be destiny. Ugh, she started fantasizing again. So what are you gonna do now, Mr. Edgeworth? We already established there's a good chance that the killer is the other kidnapper. It's my duty to figure out who this other person is. I believe there is one location that might hold a clue or two. The isolation room. Place where we all as prisoners. Hold it, don't let me in with you. I can't allow you to slander my good name as a great thief by saying I was captured. Escape from somewhere qualifies you as a caged bird, okay. Besides, we checked that place pretty well and came up we were there, remember? Just think it'd be an even better idea to check somewhere else. Yeah, perhaps you're right. Location's the kidnapper's hideout. But we're still not allowed in, remember? Ling and his men should be done with this area. If that's the case, no harm should come in asking the officer to let us in. What do you have to report? Sir, nothing unusual or out of the ordinary, sir. Where have I heard such redundancy before? Is it possible for you to let us take a look around inside? Sir! Roger, sir! That was surprisingly hassle-free. Are you certain? Didn't Ancient Ling order you not to allow me in? Sir! That's true, sir, but Detective Gumshoe asked me personally to let you in, sir. And I couldn't refuse a request from him. Wow, looks like Detective Gumshoe has a rather following. Furthermore, I was asked to give you this document, sir. What is this? The man in the picture. Is this Mr. Oliver Deacon? Ah, Colin Deveray. It's male, dominant right, high 5A, okay. Whereabouts unknown if there's escape from Penny Dent. God damn it. This game is full of fucking puns like this, I swear to God. Stole a gun from a guard during his escape. We thought he might head for where his wife and sole daughter are, but despite our surveillance, he has had to show up. Yeah, but the name here is Colin Deveray. That's the same name as on the back of the pendant. It means that Colin Deveray was his real name. Is this? He was convicted in that case 10 years ago and sent to prison. What? What was he doing here? Apparently he broke out of jail and then just vanished. Must have become Oliver Deacon to cover up the fact that he was an escaped felon. Not sure what's going on anymore. Is there some sort of link between the victim's past and this current case? What is this lady's name? Lauren Paups. Okay. It's rather detailed. I should take the time to give them a thorough read eventually. It's fine, let's focus on one thing at a time, starting with the kidnapper's hideout. Yeah, I agree. We should investigate first, think later. More than thinking things through, I think you should try remembering things first. Now then, if you could please unlock the door, officer. It was locked up until a little while ago, but since then the door has been wide open, sir. Let's try to follow what it is you're saying. Care to explain a bit more in detail? Sir, the door was locked down tight when they went to check out the room. So they got about 10 officers to help him break the door down, sir. I see. Guess that means I get Ancient Ling's leftovers. Well, let's see what we can find. This is where the kidnappers plan their foul deed. You were tied up for a while in the room next door. Okay, please, must you bring that up again? Well, down to business. There might still be some clues left in this room. Let's try to find out what we can of the other kidnappers' identity. Be where they dispose of the old and worn-out costumes. It's so sad. It's either they throw our costumes away in pieces. Well, they have barrels like these just outside. Yes, and? Well, no, I already asked you when we were out there, but if these were real, what would you put in them? An expectant gleam in her eyes now with a dash. Hey, there's a trapdoor in this room too. It's not a trapdoor, it's an entrance to an underground passage. I know that. The door leading to the outside world is locked. So Lance must have escaped his prison through here. These folding chairs leaning against the wall and they're folded straight. Wow, whoever lined these up did it perfectly. They're not even a single hair off. How bad using these because it'd be like stealing perfection away. I suspect it's more you wouldn't want them to be the one to put them away. Watch out, Mr. Edgeworth! It's a broken mirror! It's a broken mirror. It probably came from the haunted house. Why is this here? Are they planning to repair it? Somebody's right. Every suspicious looking nook and cranny. So we got a key here. I wonder what this key is to. You got me. Reminds me of the key we found in the other room. That's it. That's supposed to be the key for one of those trapdoors. That wasn't a trapdoor. You only call it one because you quite literally jumped into it. Hey, but isn't that what you're supposed to do when you see one? I'm having this conversation with you. Cheap styrofoam cups. Looks like only 3 cups were used. But they were probably used to fold by the kidnappers. There are 3 chairs set up around the table. Poster Gate Waterland is stuck on the wall. Intrigue, fun, prestige, Gate Waterland has it all and is waiting for you. Not especially catchy, is it? So we have 3 cups and we got 3 folding chairs. There's 3 kidnappers. Common denominator to the cups and folding chairs is the number 3. Speaking of which, the number of missing costumes is also 3. Wait, but I thought there were only 2 kidnappers. Indeed, something isn't adding up. Literally. It's possible that there's a 3rd kidnapper that Lance didn't see? This door is where the kidnappers held you after getting the jump on you. Just to keep reminding me. But it's the room where I got to see your awesome who face. You need to remind you of that motivating moment either. What have we here? Look at a sword. A broken sword. Strange. Why would it be broken like that? Usually break on their own. It's true. Alright then, let's think about this in this way. Maybe it broke when someone was trying to use it for some music on or on something. Hypotheticals aren't going to get us anywhere. Perhaps we should think more on this later. Sign advertising the photo Riley, something I have absolutely no interest in. Yeah, but I do. I'm gonna get my hands on the Blue Badger family. You'll see. She's Usually brings a slightly different atmosphere to a criminal investigation. The door is thoroughly broken thanks to the police who forced it open. The doorknob, the handle thingy is pretty beat up. I suppose that's what happens when 10 officers break their way in with brute force. It's odd, the lock on this is completely fine. Not a single dent. Look, not a single dent. Possible to what the officers told us. Yeah, if the lock had been in use when the door was busted down, then the lock itself should be completely wrecked. So the lock on the door leading the outside is not damaged. How can that be? Because the broken prop sword was used against it. It's a bit strange the police had to force their way in an unlocked room. Well, look at the pristine door, and anyone can see the lock was not in use at the time. But the policeman outside said it took 10 men to get it open. But it was locked up tight despite being not locked at all. It can only be because of this. Oh, you mean... Yes, it was used to jam the door. Here, take a good look at the door handle. You see how that handle is completely destroyed? So that's how the sword broke. We might uncover the true identity of the kidnappers, but instead we've only uncovered more questions that need to be answered. Ah! What is it? Well, well, Mr. Edgeworth, am I correct? What are you doing suddenly popping out of the secret entrance like that? It's an underground passage used by staff members, sir. We badgers also make use of it on our duties. Look, why don't you get out of there first and then we can talk, okay? I beg your pardon, miss. Badger, get! Alrighty, only one more to go! What are you getting all excited about? Did you forget? The photo rally, duh! See, look, now all I have to do is get a picture of the bad badger and I'm done. Last I vaguely recall a contest or something of that sort. Why? It's gone, but where did it go? What happened? What's wrong? A bad badger costume is missing, sir. Oh, is that all? Well, it's missing because the kidnappers stole it. I heard about how they were stolen, but they said that only 3 of the costumes had been taken. What? Is he saying that more than 3 of them are gone? Mr. Proto Badger, please tell me a little more about the costumes you use. May I buy a bad badger costume is missing? Well, just what I had said, sir. We are 1 bad badger short. Counting the spares, we have 2 of each costume on hand at all times. Okay, so because one of them is walking around in the park, the other should be in that room. Ah, actually, both of them should be in that room. What do you mean? Normally, we don't use the bad badger costumes. In fact, we only use them during a certain event at a set time each day. It's a stage show where the bad badger wreaks havoc around the park. And the other badgers must work together to apprehend him, sir. It features that such a show exists. Well, sir, I was just trying to explain how you're I'll explain to you the only time we use that costume. Then doesn't that make it near impossible to take a picture of the bad badger? Personally, I can't believe it's this close to showtime and there's no costume. Oh dear, what am I gonna do, sir? Well, that basically means the kidnapper stole 4 costumes in total. Then are you saying that there are 4 kidnappers? No, I don't think that's very likely. Oh? Well, the costumes for a minute. Stolen ones, you mean? Does not exist. That.
Take that!
You're calling you on to steal a 4th costume. Wouldn't you naturally go for the full set and steal a pink badger costume instead? Yeah, that makes sense. And yet the kidnappers decided to steal another bad badger. If the culprits needed 2 bad badger costumes, the question is why? Oh, that's simple. One of them is broken there. The second bad badger costume, I believe it may be closer at hand than we think. What do you mean? The costume in the trash. Did you say it's wearing some very telltale pants? Hey, you're right. Let's get it out of there and take a look. Yes, I bet that it's a bad badger costume. Well, minus the head. Look, its hand is hurt. It's not like something was ripped off it. That bad badger costume's right hand is torn up like that. Maybe it's a flesh wound from a fight with the blue badger. I always knew the blue badger was one vicious beast. Somehow I doubt even real badgers are as bloodthirsty as that guy. We have the bad badger's head.
Eureka!
The contradiction of the facts. Huh? What are you talking about? Are you going to kill me or not? It's not quite clear. Even so, it's still a contradiction, right? Or it might not be. You're acting really weird, Mr. Edgeworth. Tell me if it's a contradiction or not. My apologies. This costume. Envision the truth in my head that you one step closer to it. Absolutely, sir. It was like the media here. I didn't know you were such a celebrity, Mr. Edgeworth. I've met this person before. Maybe it's just my imagination.
Eureka!
No, that's not it. I have a few guesses I want to try.
Eureka!
Of course, we can use these to understand.
Eureka! Eureka!
Alright, we figured it out. Okay. I don't know if we're gonna recover it all, so we're just gonna do it. We're just gonna make sure we have everything. What we have here is an inconsistency. Well, between what? Look carefully. Our customer's not holding something in its right hand that it should be. Oh, the gun! Precisely. The Bad Badger is designed to always hold a gun in his right hand. However, you there, did you remove the gun from this Bad Badger's right hand? No, I did not, sir. The gun is supposed to be securely attached to the costume. I thought. The rib itself confirms my hypothesis that the gun was forced to be removed. Mr. Proto Badger, the gun is, of course, not a functioning weapon, sir, correct? Absolutely not, sir. It's just a model gun. However, can fire blanks. We need to use them for the stage show. And our kidnappers also had a need for the gun in my dear costume friend. I think we're about done with this room. So what's next? Well, I found a few answers. There are still a few things left that we have to ask a certain person about. Let's go, Kay. Mr. Edgeworth, sir. You gotta hurry, sir. Come on. What is it, detective? They found a blue badger costume in front of the main gate, sir. What? Is that one of the kidnappers is wearing? Bingo. That's why you gotta come to the main gate with me right now. We hurry. We might still be able to get there before Wolf Boy does, sir. All right. Let's make haste to the main gate. Where's the costume detective come from? Just on the other side of the phone, sir. Was it out here in the open all along? No, it was discovered in the tall grass back there. The airman is in order to examine it more thoroughly. Let's get down to it. What do we have here? Oh, it's another pendant. That's 2 treasures in one day. How lucky is that? And hey, this pretty baby's made of platinum silver too. Another pendant on top of the one we found. Mr. Deacon, is it possible that these two hold it right there? Hands off, Mr. Prosecutor. You sure know how to cross the line, don't you? Ugh. Pendant, huh? This is a very decisive piece of evidence. What can you tell? Look here and read off what you see. Lauren. Hey, it's a name engraved on this. It's Lauren. Let's see. Lauren Pops. Okay. Hi. Aha, we have you now, Miss Kidnapper. No, you don't understand. Lily. I can't believe you were one of my kidnappers. Lance? You're kidding. Miss Pops was one of the kidnappers? Yes. It was me. I held Lance hostage. Miss Pops was one of the kidnappers. Even knowing that, I can't call this case solved or over. Hey, guys! Case closed. The car ready. And I mean the special one for this young lady.
Hold it!
Again, Mr. Prosecutor? What is it this time? Your brother Miss Pops is also the culprit in a murder case? What happened? I thought Officer Meekins was your suspect. We found it. Found what? That officer's gun. He literally dropped it in the middle of a thick patch of grass. Your country's police are a sham. Just look at how careless they are. What are you calling a sham? The officer's gun didn't show signs of having been fired, so it can't be the murder weapon. So Officer Meekins has been cleared of all charges, I see. And that's when a brand new suspect comes walking onto the scene. The murder only happened because the kidnappers started fighting amongst themselves. So I recall it was you who said that, right, Mr. Prosecutor? Mr. Potts, did you really kill Mr. Deacon? Yes, I killed him. I can't believe it. Thanks for the confession.
Objection!
Agent Lang, it's much too early to declare this case closed. Look at you, so full of yourself. Got the culprit's own confession, some very incriminating evidence. What more could you ask for? Miss Lauren Pops. Yes? I want to hear it from you. Tell me your side of all that's happened today, from the kidnapping to the murder. But why? I'm a kidnapper and a killer. Isn't that enough? It's fine if you're the one behind everything, but only if that is the truth. Now then, will you tell us the truth? Or is there some reason why you can't? I've had a change of heart. I think I'd enjoy seeing you suck away as well as losing Mutt. Ah, you heard me. Let's hear all about the evil deeds you committed today. When I came up with the kidnapping plan was Mr. Butler, Mr. Deacon. We knew that we could get rich by holding Lance hostage. Mr. Romano would pay anything to get his son back after all. Everything was going according to plan, but as soon as we got the money, Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me. There, are you satisfied? She just confessed to her crimes a second time. At least you have the guts to admit it, what you've done. I can at least respect that much. Mr. Pops, what you said is really the truth. Yes, it is. The truth that certainly isn't the whole truth. Because there's something that's a bit too improbable in her confession.
Hold it!
How well did you know the victim? I've spoken with him only a few times at Lance's house. A few times, that's it. Yes. A few times, I don't see how they could have trusted each other. But if you hardly ever talked, then how could you trust you not to steal his plan?
Not so fast!
That's completely irrelevant. He was planning to betray her from the very beginning. That's why he chose someone he wasn't especially close to. Isn't that right, Sheena? Yes, however, Mr. Deakins made a very poor choice. In the end, he was killed by the one he intended to betray himself. I bet you didn't see that one coming. We couldn't get rich by holding Lance hostage.
Hold it!
You knew? How'd you know something like that? Oh no, what should I do? Okay, what's wrong with her now? Come on, isn't it obvious? You're making her scary face again, that's why. Why don't you try asking her in a nicer, more gentler way? Oh, stop it, Lauren. You're always like this. You always fall for the stern-looking one. So you'll always be unhappy. Maybe that's it. She's gonna be bewitched by her icy glare. Mind your own business, Kay. Now then, Miss Pops, let's continue with Mr. Money. Oh, yes, of course. Mr. Romano will pay anything to get his son back, after all.
Hold it!
Why did you believe that? Anyone who knows Mr. Romano would think the same. Lance is that old man's greatest treasure. I suppose he would be a doting father like Mr. Romano. I always figured it was it too, and I was envious of Lance for it. Oh, because of your dad's? I got this pendant from my father. I believe that as long as I have this, I'll find my father again someday. He'll welcome me into his arms riding on the back of Pegasus. And she must truly believe it to be the wings of Pegasus. We were according to plan, but as soon as we got the money...
Hold it!
Do you mind telling us a little about the plan itself? Well, first we captured Lance. Ooh, how'd you do that? Well, Mr. Deacon did that on his own, so I don't quite know. Bah, here I thought you knew how to steal people away. I shudder to think what she would do with such knowledge. Sorry, I really don't know, but somehow Mr. Deacon was able to contain him. All we had to do after that was wait for the ransom to be paid, but... Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me.
Hold it!
Why do you think he did? I have no idea. Maybe he had planned on doing so from the very beginning. Miss Pops. Mr. Deacon planned to kill Miss Pops from the very beginning. Are really likely to happen? Should I raise an objection? Sorry, but I don't think what you just claimed is all that likely. Huh? Mr. Deacon would have ever been capable of killing you. Why? We were total strangers. Not uncommon for people to kill each other over money.
Hold it!
Plus, you really are clueless, aren't you? What do you mean? You never knew what your role in the kidnapping was, nor do you know who you really are. But I do, and I can show you something. This proves that Mr. Deacon wouldn't have been able to bring himself to kill Miss Pops. The pendant, I believe.
Take that!
Why are you showing this to me? What about the pendant? And along with this piece of evidence, shows you who you really are.
Take that!
These two pendants resemble each other, wouldn't you agree? Hey, you're right. They're the same color and they even made of the same material. But these two pendants are actually one. Should we give it a try? There. Wow, it's totally Pegasus. But why? Why does my pendant match up with Mr. Deacon's? You're a smart lady. I'm sure you can figure out why that might be. What? No, it can't be. So to make a set, huh? It's just a mere trinket. It's not as though this changes anything. You lack an imagination, Mr. Agent Lang. Very well, I'll show you this with evidence. Evidence that gives meaning to the Pegasus pendant.
Take that!
But Deacon was just an alias for this man. His real name was Colin Devereux. The name that is etched on the horse pendant. What? An alias? I suppose he had to save the fact that he was a felon somehow in order to live. It makes sense, given what was written in Mr. Devereux's dossier. What I really want to point out is this. What the true meaning behind this sentence?
Take that!
He had one daughter, and her name was Lauren Pops. That's a lie. That person was not my father. He couldn't come out and tell you he was your real father because he was in hiding. However, I believe he was trying to secretly watch over you. You still believe that a man like that could kill the daughter he was separated from? Or even that such a man would allow his daughter to get involved in a kidnapping plot?
Not so fast!
What is so funny, Agent Lang? You're gonna make these things up on your head and deciding it's truth, aren't you? What are you trying to say? You think he is much too innocent. After all, I thought of another possibility. Is that so? Well, let's hear it. Alright, let's hear this other argument here. I'll grant you that the two of them are father and daughter. But isn't it possible that they both knew that fact? There's no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amano, and that the two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping. Would you say my scenario is perfectly probable as well? This is his version of how things might have been. You don't have any proof that either one doesn't know of their true relationship, right? You mean they knowingly committed the kidnapping as father and daughter? That's right. It is the one really rotten family. What happened? I better take a long, hard look at the evidence.
Hold it!
Precisely. No father would ever willingly kill his own daughter.
Not so fast!
I've seen a lot of things in my travels, and I can tell you that being related by blood is sometimes proof of nothing.
Hold it!
You think they knew? Yeah, I don't think only the victim knew. I think the girl realized it as well. They both knew who the other person was, but they had pretended that wasn't what they did. Because he was on the lam? You got it. The victim couldn't exactly go around flaunting who he was. Furthermore, Look, wasted 39 pay give all that.
Hold it!
As a one as a butler, and the other, one as the friend of the son. You mean? They probably thought that their best shot, and is that what you honestly believe? Of course. The meeting's planned.
Hold it!
The plan is slowly. They plan to commit this crime as blood relatives. Can you think of a better partner? It's certainly a clever pair. The butler and the girlfriend. No one would ever suspect that they were, in fact, family. Yes, from the very beginning, they painstakingly practiced those roles as well. Would you say my scenario is perfectly probable as well?
Hold it!
I believe you're being a bit too overconfident for someone with no evidence. Why? Because I don't see you presenting any evidence to the contrary. Without evidence, we're stuck in a stalemate. Nothing isn't wrong. The scenario certainly is a probable one. Better hurry up and do something or Lauren's gonna wind up looking really bad. I know, but first things first. Is Agent Lang's line of logic factually correct? The fact that two of them knowingly commit the crime as father and daughter. Alright, so I have to find a contradiction with the evidence in one of these statements.
Objection!
Nope. Ad break. We'll give it a second then. Wait for our non-subs to come back here. Hope all the subs are having a good time tonight. How's the subs doing tonight? Hope you guys are having a good time. You know, these games are interesting, but not always the most fun to watch. And I try to make it as entertaining as I can, but I'm not exactly the most entertaining person in the world, so. Ad break is ended. Welcome back, everybody. I've been just trying to think over what this has while we were waiting for the ad break to finish. So let's keep going. I gotta think here.
Objection!
Nope. Alright, let's take care, Chad, shall we? So you have to prove that they didn't know beforehand. Alright. 3 costumes are stolen.
Objection!
Dreamland's been played by just 2 people alone. Gotta prove to you of that. But simply there were 3 kidnappers. 3? 4 costumes were stolen from the Wild West area's back room. We found one of them in the kidnapper's hideout. But as for the other 3, we can assume they were being worn by 3 different people. So found a set of 3 cups and 3 folding chairs that were used in the hideout. All clear, it points to a three-man group. The 3rd person is the real mastermind behind the kidnapping. Who is this mastermind? Brains behind the kidnapping. Lance!
Take that!
I had a feeling this was the truth. Lance Amano? Yes, the seduction was, in fact, schemed up by Lance himself. Recall what he said when he appeared before us. These are the faces of your kidnappers. No, I didn't see their faces, but 2. One was a woman. Or there were 3 kidnappers, which in direct contradiction to what he said. But I only saw 2 people. This guy was being held hostage. It's possible he didn't see all 3 of them. Yes, but when you were being held, I have my doubts about what happened then. Lance, would you mind telling us what happened while you were being held captive? I really don't remember much anymore, honest. If I don't tell you at least something, you won't believe me at all, will you? I was kidnapped yesterday morning. They had me shut in a room, blindfolded the entire time. But the kidnapper suddenly disappeared around the time I heard rain falling outside. My hands were cuffed, but it was a stroke of luck that they left me alone. I made my escape and ran from that room as fast as I could. Through the underground passageway, I presume. Are you okay? Sorry, I really didn't want to recall that horrible ordeal, but now you believe me, right? No, not quite yet. How could you not? But you look at me with icy daggers in your eyes. Because he's a prosecutor and because they're all like that. Well, if you know anything, a prosecutor's eyes are for discerning the truth. And should they be interpreted as cruel at times, then so be it. There's a sticking point in Lance's testimony. Let's see what he offers up when I push a little. Kidnapped yesterday morning, which is true. But let's press on it. Tell us about when you were abducted in a little more detail. It was a strange morning. I felt like I was right in the middle of a great calm. Where were you when you experienced this calm? Our family garden, of course. Where else could it have been? Excuse me for asking. This child is more princess than prince. Without talking, taking a walk, shaking off the morning, blah. And I blew someone from behind clamps a hand over my mouth. You didn't see your attacker? They must have used some drug to knock me out. Because before I knew it, I was off in La La Land again. When I woke up, I was in the kidnapper's hideout already, all tied up. They had me shut in that room, blindfolded the entire time.
Hold it!
By that room, you mean the room in the kidnapper's hideout, correct? Yes, but I was blindfolded the whole time, so I didn't know that until I made my escape. Then you were in the same room as your kidnappers. They spoke in hushed tones, but I could catch bits of their conversation. It was definitely two people, and one of them was definitely a woman. I was so scared, I could tell they were nearby, so I didn't dare make a move. The kidnappers suddenly disappeared around the time I heard a rain falling outside.
Hold it!
The kidnappers disappeared. The room fell into a sudden silence. I had been left behind like an unwanted mutt. What do you mean by unwanted mutt? What a pointless question. It's not like he's going to tell you anything new, you know. It's a poetic simile. You should learn how to use them, too. You may look refined on the outside. But it's no good if you're not refined on the inside as well. Answer Cupid was a stroke of luck that they let me alone. Yeah.
Hold it!
Then those cuffs on your wrists, I suppose you are still cuffed in that case? I am well aware of how I am chained to reality. Couldn't find the key, so I'm afraid that I'm stuck like this. Even though I escaped from that jail cell, I will forever be a prisoner.
Hold it!
How did you manage to escape? I wanted to just get out of there, but the door leading outside was locked. This is why I had to use the underground passageway to make my escape. It'd be equally as hard. It's invaluable to your testimony. I must let it go and examine it. And here's where we present the sword. Because the sword is the one plus thing blocking the door.
Objection!
The door was not locked. The door leading out was locked, but was it really? What are you talking about, that room behind the saloon front, right? Look, I heard that it took quite a few men to get that thing open. Right, Sheena? Yes, that's correct. Take a look at this. What's that? A sword? Not an especially reliable one if it's broken like that. I'm going to start from the end. My conclusion is the door was never locked. It was simply held shut by this sword, which is used to jam the handle. Lance, even though your hands were caught together, you can still use them. If that's the case, then why did you not just simply remove the sword and escape? Why didn't I? I was disoriented. Yeah, that's it. I didn't notice it. This professor should accept such a bold-faced lie. You locked yourself in that room because you had to make yourself look like the victim. You did not, in fact, possess the key to the door. That is why you used the prop sword to improvise and create a prison of your own very own. You've been making this guy out to be one of the kidnappers for some time now. I wonder if you've forgotten something very important along the way. What would that be? A motive. What else? Do you honestly think that an uptight, upright, pure boy like him would hatch up a completely pointless scheme to such a kidnapping himself?
Objection!
This proves that Lance did indeed have a motive to commit this crime. It's the loan letter!
Take that!
Put it simply, Lance has a very urgent need for money. This is hardly your typical love letter. It is, in fact, a collections bill. It appears our upstanding boys accumulated quite a debt. Isn't that right, Lance? It's hard. Looks like it's hard being the son of a rich man, too. Must be rough while you have to resort to stealing from your old man, huh? All right, I give up. I abducted myself. Lance! It's over, Loli. In this life, we really are bound to our fates after all. One was to go with you to a new town, somewhere we know would know us. Must to be well off with that 1 million, but now that dream is over. Oh, Lance. Then, you are giving yourself up? Yes. I had planned to run away from this world with my Loli. Oliver even helped us with the plan, but then he had to go and stab us in the back. He turned on you? Maybe he didn't want to split the ransom money, that's my guess. It happened almost right after you made the drop-off. When we were alone, he attacked me all of a sudden. In a brief struggle, I was able to contain him and keep him under control. We left him inside that room as Loli and I made our escape. Wore different costumes and split up. Loli left first in the blue badger costume. I mean, the person Officer Meekin saw was Miss Pops. But right then, the old man had just had to wake up. It's careless, and he tackled me pretty hard from behind. Then Oliver put on a blue badger costume. Took the suitcase with $1 million and ran. I contacted Loli right away and warned her that he had a gun. They had no idea. They had no idea they were related, so I thought that it could only end badly. I still don't believe it. That person was not my father. Because if he was, I just killed my own father. Loli, then it really was you? The man was not my father. I mean, because at the stadium, there was a blue badger pulling the suitcase with the 1 million in it. But that badger pointed his gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead. That's why I used the gun I got from Lance. There was a gunshot. The other person crumpled to the ground. And I ran, scared for my life. I think the big picture is finally coming into focus, don't you? Loli, forgive me. I didn't think it would turn into something so frightening. If only I could have protected you. Miss Pops, she saw her own dad without even realize who he really was? If what she says is true. Say she's lying. But why would she lie about something like that? What's the purpose? What purpose would it serve? So if she got the gun from Lance, then she used a blank and couldn't do anything to it. You'd be surprised how often people would lie. People lie without even realizing it themselves, Kay. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? What I mean is listen very carefully to our confession once more and you'll see.
Hold it!
Please calm down and let's slowly talk this through. But all you have to do is simply tell us what happened at the stadium. Give it to us and search out the truth. Can you do that for me? Alright, so at the stadium, there was a bad badger pulling the suitcase with the 1 million in it.
Hold it!
That was the ransom money, wasn't it? Yes. That's how I was able to identify Mr. Deacon almost immediately. It was all thanks to what Lance told me. And what did he tell you? He called me on my cell phone and told me Mr. Deacon had betrayed us and had run off with the ransom money. About how he had a gun. Badger pointed his gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead.
Hold it!
Were you able to clearly see the gun? Yes, I got a very good look at it while it was pointed at me. Well, Father, why would you try to shoot me? Think the father would shoot his own daughter, Mr. Edgeworth? I don't know. I don't want to believe it myself. It's true my father's left arm was raised with a gun in it. Pointed straight at me. I'm about to die, I thought. Miss Pops. Please calm down and take a deep breath. And then would you allow me to please hear that last statement one more time? Yes, of course. Pointed the gun in his left hand at me, aiming to shoot me dead. So the bad badger has a gun in his right hand. Right.
Objection!
No, that's incorrect. Let's save it. Wouldn't do it again if I have any issues. Alright.
Objection!
Nope. Let's press again and see. Information we get off this.
Hold it!
And you felt that your life was in danger, correct? Yes. I'm about to die, I thought. So...
Hold it!
Got the... You shot Mr. Deacon? Miss Pops. Yes. I shot him. And like that, as they say, is that? I think Miss Pops is far from done. She hasn't even finished her testimony yet. You're gonna continue questioning her? What a waste of time. Miss Pops, if you please. Alright.
Hold it!
You take off immediately following the gunshot. Yes. If you didn't attempt to approach the victim at all after he was shot. I was scared. I don't blame you. I would have done the exact same thing. Poor Miss Pops. What will be coming for Mr. Edgeworth? He seems to be telling the truth regarding what happened at the stadium. However, I don't believe it to be absolutely correct. Look very carefully at the confession one more time and you'll see. Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. It's the fucking... this one.
Objection!
Because it shows that Dominant Hay was a right-handed, not left-handed. Look at the dossier on your father. And according to this, your father was right-handed. Then... the person pointing the gun at you from the top of the stage was not Mr. Cooper. Oh there, Mr. Prosecutor. I think you need to take a refresher course. The Blue Badger is a motor gun attached to his right hand. That's why the only hand he could have held the real gun with his left. Is it possible that it went down like that? Lang, were you paying attention to what Miss Pops is saying? I suppose you can't expect someone who has never set foot in a court to catch it. Enough with the smugness. Out with it already. Miss Pops told us earlier. There was a Bad Badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it. According to you, the Bad Badger had the gun in his left hand, which would mean that he was pulling the suitcase with his right hand. Is that correct, Miss Pops? Yes, exactly. And I'm sure it was the Bad Badger. It had those huge sunglasses on its face. If that's the case, even I can see there's a huge contradiction. Yes, Miss Pops claims to have seen the Bad Badger, yet the Bad Badger had both of his hands full. Pieces of information contradict each other, so one must be wrong. Pulling on his right hand as he pulls the suitcase with the same hand. Is it possible for a right-handed person to do both things simultaneously? You're not just full of too many conjectures, don't you think, Mr. Prosecutor? Pops. So it's not the Bad Badger. Think back and recall which character was that leveled the gun at you. Wearing a pair of sunglasses and it had that strange blue beard. Alright, so it's... yeah, okay, so it's the third option. I'm gonna lose a little bit more here. See, my logic is right, but I just don't know how to frame it most of the time. I did it again. God damn it. That was a bunch of information lost. They're both correct. Impossible. This is an irresolvable contradiction. She rests on the fact that she saw his sunglasses and beard. The Bad Badger wasn't wearing pants on his lower half. And that's the Bad Badger head.
Take that!
Parts of them, the head and the body. Oh, I get it now. The head, Mr. Pops, is probably really the head of the Bad Badger. Well, it's not possible that the body was that of an entirely different badger. Different badger? Yes, or to put it more bluntly, I believe it was the lower half of this badger. Probably the blue badger.
Take that!
It may have been the Bad Badger, but his body was the blue badger's. The blue badger? Hold on, let's see here. Who was that had one of those on? I did. It's old Officer Meekins, pal. Ah, nice try, but your logic is just a tad logical. I had to do that. must have been the one with the fucking Proto Badger.
Take that!
What the heck is it? It's the Proto Badger. And it's one simple matter of process of elimination. This Pops is wearing the blue Badger's costume, so we can eliminate that one. And I think Badger is one of the wrong colors, so it would have been incredibly obvious. That is the Proto Badger costume. Hey, Pops, who was the one who wore the Proto Badger costume? That would be Lance.
Knuckle back!
I think you're saying what I think you were. The Lance Amato donned the blue bad Badger's head and pretended to be Mr. Deacon. On top of which, you tried to shoot Miss Pops while wearing the hideous thing. The stage of the setup was nothing more than that, a setup. And its purpose was to lead Miss Pops into believing she had committed murder. Standing there in front of Mr. Pops and pretending to be the victim. It was all done so that she would pull the trigger. I have no idea what you're talking about. Why exactly would I have to do all that, huh? There's but one reason. Lance Amato. You are the real culprit behind the murder of Mr. Oliver Deacon. What? No. Slender, take it back. You take it back right now. Just out of curiosity, Lance. What is your dominant hand? I'm left-handed. But what does that have to do with anything? Depends. According to Miss Pops, her attacker held a gun in his left hand.
Knuckle back!
Yeah, and who is one-handed doesn't prove a thing. Besides, now you're just being absurd. It's not like the Proto Badger is bulletproof. One misfire and he would have found himself dead, right?
Objection!
Of course. Logically, if he had been shot, he probably would have been here with us. But I believe he had thought of all that as well and prepared accordingly. And this should be all the evidence you need. This is how Lance made sure he wouldn't be hit by a bullet. Fake gun.
Take that!
We found out one half of a bad Badger costume in the hideout, a broken one. It was not the same one the victim was wearing, plus it was missing something. And that something would be a model gun the bad Badger carries, which can fire blanks. What? Miss Pops, where's the gun you use now? I threw it away into the sea. There. That makes it a bit tough to verify what it was. Although I believe we can safely assume that it was a model gun attached to it. I've heard enough. All you've been spouting so far is pure conjecture. I admit that it's as long as the gun is lost to us, I can't prove I'm right. However, I can say that the probability that I am right is very high. Okay, let's pretend that you're right, and that the murder at the stadium was a fabrication. In that case, where do you think the murder really took place, Mr. Prosecutor? I don't know yet. Ha! I knew you were full of it. However, I do believe that the murder took place during an earlier time frame. Please wait a second. It's simply not possible. Because I saw Mr. Deacon after he was restrained by Lance. So they're going to stay being restrained. I came back to the hideout long after the other two. By that time, Lance had already subdued and restrained Mr. Deacon. He had tied Mr. Deacon securely to the beam in the room next door. So that the two of us put on our costumes and made our escape. That was me. That was me! Attract too much attention if we left together so far. I left first. We had to meet up at the stage in the stadium. But then, as I was walking through the park, I got a call from Lance on my cell phone. Oliver managed to escape. Like he was waiting until I was alone. He also stole the gun from me at that time. And the murder happened. Mr. Deacon must have overheard their plan to meet up at the stage. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, Miss Pops saw the victim with her own eyes. Which means that the victim was still alive at that time, wouldn't you agree? That sounds wrong to me. There must be something amiss about this account. Yeah, it was me. I was the one who got the shit kicked out of me. And tied to the beam. And secure the beam in the next room. Okay.
Hold it!
You were sure it was Mr. Deacon that you saw? Yes, I am certain of what I saw. Did you go in the other room to check? Lance said it would be best if I didn't get too close to him. Lance, he's such a kind soul. Then are you telling me that you did not confirm that it was Mr. Deacon by yourself? I checked through the slit in the door that separates the two rooms. He had a bad Badger's head on, so I'm absolutely sure. That just had to be Mr. Deacon. Is it a bad Badger head? Okay, now I have to be careful because I'm very low on life. let's see. I probably could just load that and get my stuff back. Let's get that. Let's load this, and I can get my information back because I lost a lot of points just blindly guessing. And we show off that Mr. Amano was right. Yeah, Mr. Amano was right-handed. And now we can skip right through this.
Not so fast. Take that! Take that! Not so fast! Not so fast!
Skip right through this.
Objection! Take that!
Gun.
Not so fast!
Alright. Go to the third statement and press again.
Hold it!
And we're back. Now we have a bunch of our points back, so we can be wrong a few times here now.
Objection!
First try. Nice. That's what I was gonna go with anyway, but better have the safety. First you saw was not Mr. Deacon at all, huh? What you actually saw was this person. Me. It was me. Huh? First I saw was you, Mr. Edgeworth? I always thought it was a bit odd. Why would the kidnappers abduct me even after I handed over the ransom? Not as though I saw the face of the kidnappers. If I were them, I would have just taken the $1 million and ran. But in the end, there was a point to it all. It was to make me look like Mr. Deacon. And if that was the reason for which I was abducted, then I believe we can assume that the victim was already dead at that time. Well, Lance, am I right? That's... You showed Miss Paws a person, painted me with a bad badger's head on, and then made your costume escape together. Or so you pretended. What do you mean he pretended? Exactly that. I believe Lance watched you escape, and then doubled back to the hideout. Probably to come and remove the bad badger head from my unconscious self. And to create his fake prison with the prop sword. Then he escaped with the other
Not so
pass.
fast!
Hold your tongue, boy. Don't get caught up in that tidal wave of words coming out of Mr. Prosecutor's mouth. Tidal wave? We've heard a lot come out of you, but we have to see a shred of evidence. The victims of Trionis' subsequent detainment. All that could have happened while you were out cold. That's right, you were out for quite a while, Mr. Prosecutor. Even if that were the case, Miss Pops would still have seen me tied up to that. He'd seen me tied to that beam. I was scared of Mr. Deacon, so I didn't go into the room. So I really have no idea if you were in there or not, Mr. Edgeworth. See? You seem you can't prove a thing. Eh. Who said that? Please wait. Mr. Amano. Oh, Miles, my boy. Looks like you're really giving it your all. And Lance, it's not good to cause trouble for others. Dad? See, you are the one in charge of the investigation, are you correct? Yeah, that's right. Sorry that my son has been nothing but trouble. This probably won't make up for anything, but I have some evidence for you. Oh, do you now? Is that what I think it is? It's the Bad Badger's. It's the Bad Badger costume the victim was wearing, and a gun. Couldn't wait around for the police, so I went and found these myself. It appears that they were disposed of in the sea. Is there no one in this country who actually obeys the law? There, now. Agent Lang, please calm down. What the heck is this scrap of paper? This appears to be a letter from the Chief of Police. Please allow Mr. Amano complete freedom to do as he sees fit, it says. What? Well, the Chief of Police? What the? Who does he think he is? The person who wields the highest authority in this area. Oh, there. No. There is no need to be so upset. I'm not come from this land, so I'm not bound by the laws of your country. No. This wasn't meant to strong-arm you into anything. Just a request. Let me ask you, please respect the laws of the land. Can't really say no to that. However, returning to the topic at hand, doesn't matter who found the evidence. Its value remained unchanged. Alright, now let's take a look at this new evidence. I've already got the results back. At his personal forensic research lab that I'm on good terms with conduct the tests. They verified that the blood in this costume belonged to Oliver. As for the gun, the only things they could find on it were yours, Lauren. What? You disappoint me, Miles. I can't believe that you would cause my son's distress and heartache. Goodness, I was able to find the vital pieces of evidence. At least you'll have no reason to let the push my boy around. Is it the case making pieces of evidence? I'll be the judge of that. Assistant silence like every suspicion looking great. Actual murder weapon. Whoa, looks like kind of murder on the edges. It does word marks lit by the gunpowder. This is the most important fact. Why is that? It is proof that the victim was shot at point-blank range. What's this? Looks like there's something inside the costume hood. Hey, they sparkle. I bet they're really valuable. Sorry, but they're just pieces of a mirror. Why are they in here? The broken mirror. Well, these are the most definitive pieces of evidence you've ever seen. Thank you, Dad. Should be enough to convince Mr. Edgeworth over there. Make no mistake, there are fingerprints on that murderous gun. And they prove that it was Loli who killed Oliver. But Oliver was also afraid of Loli's after Loli's life. So Mr. Edgeworth, even you must see that Loli was only acting in self-defense. It's on the weapon, huh? Oh no, this isn't helpful at all. Look, Mr. Edgeworth, all I wanted to do is save Loli. But in the end, all I could do was watch on as she takes the punishment for her crimes. Maybe all you could do. However, I still have a case to solve and a job to do. The job of unraveling your insidious lie. You wound me. Why would you believe me even in the face of all this evidence?
Hold it!
Those fingerprints, are you sure they belong to Miss Pops? There's no mistake about it. Well, through my connections, I had the best forensics techniques money can buy performed. And they'd be a bit peculiar. What? Trying to pick an argument with me? I do. Should I raise an objection? Not on this. Wait, see how this plays out first. Loli who killed Oliver.
Hold it!
Over someone who is accusing his own girlfriend of murder. You have it all wrong, allowing her to pay the price for a form of love. She says that all she wants is to pay back her debt to society, but... Oliver was also after Lolly's life.
Hold it!
And why do you believe the victim was set on taking Miss Pop's life? It was because he wanted to silence her. Keep her quiet because she knows the truth behind the kidnapping. I guess why did he not target you as well? That's because he knew that if he killed me, he wouldn't be able to control my father. Oh, right you are. Even if it cost me millions, I would have had the killer found. I believe he didn't kill you for an entirely different reason. However, I digress. Look more than why he didn't kill me. I'm worried about what will happen to Lolly. Even you must see that Lolly was only acting in self-defense.
Hold it!
By self-defense, I suppose there's a possibility given the circumstances. Really? Oh, thank goodness. However, self-defense was not necessary in this case. What do you mean? Miss Pops is innocent. She didn't have to do anything, so she needs to defend herself from nothing. You still don't believe a word I say, do you? Hints on the fact that her fingerprints are on the gun. The truth does not lie here. Right there. What he's hiding from him after long. Right here, we'll raise the argument now. Frankly, I don't believe that Miss Pop's prints should be on that gun to begin with. Why Miss Pop's print should not be on the gun is... let's see. Why Miss Pop's print should not be on the gun is... she was wearing her costume. Which piece of evidence I present that could show that? What's fingerprints on this gun? Hold on for a second. I shouldn't if you don't know how to handle it. If Miss Pop's prints are on it. Look, I'm wearing gloves. It'll be okay. I just want to take the look. That's all. I'm going to run off with it. The only thing I don't know, I don't return our treasures. Stealing either would be land you in jail. While the ad break's going on, chat, I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, chat, welcome back. I figured it out as I was using the restroom and getting some water. I had to present this because they were all using costumes.
Take that!
It's simply not possible for Miss Pops to have left any prints on the murder weapon. Because while she was at the stadium, Miss Pops was wearing a costume. Huh? But there's no mistake. We found fingerprints. Miss Pops, do you remember touching the gun at all? Anytime? Yes, as a matter of fact, I did hold it for a bit back in the hideout. I handed it off to Mr. Deacon when he and Lance left for the haunted house. Get the ransom money, I suppose. And there you have it. That is when Miss Pops' prints were on their way onto the gun. You understand now, Mr. Amano? The fingerprints do nothing but prove that Miss Pops is the murderer. You still don't have anything to prove that she isn't the killer, right? You seem very adamant about insisting that your girlfriend is a cold-blooded killer. Oh, Lance. What? No way. I'm incredibly worried about her. That doesn't change the fact that you don't have any evidence, right? That's where you're wrong. I have the evidence. What? How? Miss Pops killed the victim at the stage in the stadium. The whole affair is simply not true, because that was not the real crime scene, but a setup. This proves that the real murder was not committed at the stadium at all. Here's the glass.
Take that!
Nope. Oh, the fact that he was shot at point blank range. Yeah.
Take that!
Let's take another good look at the costume the victim was wearing. Then I believe you will see why I insist he was not shot at the stadium. Proves it. Yeah, the fact that he was shot at point blank range.
Take that!
The burner on this bullet hole was made when the victim shot at point blank range. Ah, so then you mean the murderer Miss Old Bag saw was continuous. Yes, she saw two people, but they weren't separated by a distance. The victim was indeed shot from below the stage. Then there shouldn't be a gunpowder burn. Hey, look at you, Mr. Smarty Pants prosecutor. Since you seem to know all the answers, why not tell us where the real crime scene was then? Lance said, set me up to look at Mr. Deacon back at the hideout. If that's the case, then the murder must not have happened prior to that. And the location where Lance and the victim were at just before I was in prison was... See, the murder was killed is here, the haunted house.
Take that!
It's not unreasonable to assume the murder took place in the haunted house. The haunted house? Yes, now I proved that it's highly likely that the victim was killed there. What proves it's the glass.
Take that!
These were inside the costume the victim was wearing. They're fragments of a mirror. A mirror? What does that have to do with anything? Indeed, you don't exactly expect to find the pieces of a mirror inside a costume. Yeah, they're actually pretty dangerous. However, there's one place I can think of where there is a plethora of mirror fragments. And that is the haunted house. Lance Amano, I propose you kill Mr. Deacon with the revolver in the haunted house. After that, you still the Blue Badger won't be able to move his body to the Wild Wild West area. Timing of when the Blue Badger Mobile was stolen confirms this as a fact. Why else, my boys, say no more? I'm sorry, Mr. Amano, but I cannot do that. Be quiet. Yes, please do something. Stop that boy from speaking any more nonsense. Ernest Amano, correct? And then you. Now be quiet, Gramps. How dare you? I don't need words. The only thing I require is evidence. Decisive evidence. And to call these murders bits decisive is a bit too presumptuous, Mr. Prosecutor. What? Sheena, wasn't there a mirror in the kidnapper's hideout? Yes, there was a mirror there. A mirror that's for the haunted house. See, isn't it possible the fragments got into the costume there? But Agent Lang, there were no fragments on the floor, so the probability is very low. Probability? Lang, she said, on truth's past, the word probability does not exist. The only thing that does is definitive proof. Question, Mr. Prosecutor, is, do you have definitive proof you need? Mr. Edgeworth, do you? We have solid evidence that proves the murder took place at the haunted house. The answer is no. So, you see? So, since you don't have any, shut up. I don't have the evidence yet, but... The murder occurred around the time I returned the ransom over. At the time, the only people at the haunted house, besides myself, were Lance and Mr. Deacon. I can prove that the murder took place at the haunted house, and I can prove Lance's guilt in connection to the murder. But now, Mr. Edgeworth, tonight, I have a special request. Yes? I'd like to prove to you that the scene of the crime was indeed the haunted house. Why in the world are you asking me, the werewolf, for permission? Because I don't really have a choice if I want to find the truth. Alright, permission granted, but you're not to touch a single thing, got it? That won't be a problem. All that's important to me is the truth that brought to light. It doesn't matter by who or how it's done as long as it is. Sheena! I'm here. Put in the paperwork for the authorization immediately. Understood. I'll go get the Great Water Group's approval. Who was that? No. Let's hold on for a second. There's no need to obtain approval. Mr. Amano? Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this. What is this? Sheena. It's the deed to the haunted house. The deed? Read it out loud. Gatewater Land Incorporated hereby bequeaths the property known as the haunted house to Mr. Amano for the lump sum of $1 million paid full in cash. As you can see, I am not the legal owner of the haunted house. Are you kidding? What did you... I ran to the owner of the park earlier. We made a deal almost immediately. How quickly things move when you can prepare $1 billion in the blink of an eye. That's $1 million you paid. Don't tell me. Buzz. Oh, that's right. This disgusting suitcase belongs to you, doesn't it? I don't have any more use for it, so you may have it back. You used the ransom money? My Lance is a good boy. He even apologized for the kidnapping a bit earlier. So I do believe that I will forgive him. After all, he did return the ransom money. That's the way things are, so if you will please discuss things with me from now on. Discuss? What's there to discuss? Why permission to enter the haunted house, of course. While we were busy listening to Lance's story, Mr. Amano was out there preempting us. His research the haunted house is denied. End of discussion. Lang, I want you to arrest that girl. Miles, you should hurry on home now, my boy, before I really lose my temper. Mr. Amano definitely has the deck stacked in his favor here. What should I do? If I leave it like this, the truth will be lost forever. Permission to investigate the crime scene, and the truth will be lost. Hold it! Okay. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing spacing out? Have you forgotten? There's only one thing you should do at a time like this. What is that? When the people are in a bind, the hero just disappears to save the day. And you just leave it to me. I'm Kay Faraday, the second of the great Yatagarasu. I thought you were a thief, not a hero. Yatagarasu was noble and is always the thief of justice. That's, of course. With information, I can recreate the inside of the haunted house with this. Plus, if we then factor in everyone's testimony, you can recreate exactly what happened when I dropped off the ransom money. I want to figure out some new information through this. It's worth a try. Agent Lang. So you want to use your little toy? Be my guest. Okay, hang on. You're all about to witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. Detective Gumshoe. Is there a copy of the haunted house blueprints among the police reference documents? Yes, sir. We got it just in case we needed it for the kidnapping case. Alright, I'll input the haunted house data, then... What is this? Where are we? It's like we're inside the haunted house. We can't expect the real location itself. The path to the truth slumbers here. I successfully navigate my way using logic, I'll ultimately reveal the truth. And I believe I'm ready to investigate the crime scene. Okay, what should I recreate first? You haven't figured it out yet? Maybe I haven't, maybe I haven't. I'm going to make you do all the hard work. Very well. I'd like to inspect the moment in which I was ambushed by my abductor. Two of them were definitely in this place at that time. If I can verify that, it may prove me with a new lead. Come out of the hallway after leaving, no one inside the dining room. I saw a badger slumped on the floor at the end of the hall. What was that badger doing all the way down there? I also thought it was strange. However, I thought that maybe it was simply a mannequin that was set up there for atmosphere. You know which badger it was? No, it was too dark to tell. All I saw was its silhouette. In that case, I'll just program a badger silhouette in there for now. Programming complete. And I started walking towards the exit. That's when you were struck from behind, right? Yes, but that's odd. The hallway is a dead end. Where did your assailant come from? It's the only location I can think of. It was lying in wait here. It was the badger on the ground.
Take that!
A doll I saw wasn't really a doll. It was in fact a costume kidnapper. Oh, so he's the costume as a perfect camouflage to blend in with the rest of the house. Precisely. He waited until I had made the drop-off and was about to leave. Then, just as he saw me take a step towards the exit, he still had launched his attack. There's no better hiding place than this. Hey, not bad. I'm beginning to think I should steal this tactic for myself. Just don't use it to do anything criminal, okay? Oh, Lance? What? What are you asking me for? He's one of the kidnappers. I figured I should give you a chance to confess first. I was one of the kidnappers, but I don't know anything. I did come up with the haunted house, but I never set a foot inside. I left Oliver in charge of picking up the ransom money. But is that the truth, or is this another lie? And you're claiming that was Mr. Deacon who assaulted me. Yes, I'm sure it was him. Can't put in the phone now. Mr. Deacon was the bad badger, right? So the bad badger has a gun attached to his right hand. I'll have to change this to the weapon since left hand. Back to this recreation. You didn't recreate the weapon. Well, I can't exactly recreate something I know nothing about. Tell me, what were you hit with? The attack came from behind, so I have no idea. But I doubt it was someone's bare hand. Okay, then where were you hit? I was hit on the right side of my head, just above my temple. There's a bit of blood, but it wasn't anything serious. Ouch, sounds painful. Hey, why are you smirking when I say it like that? It's just your imagination. Now, let's see. Is there anything in the hallway that could have been used as a weapon? Something the culprit could have used to hit you with? The sword from the haunted house.
Take that!
I have it. There was indeed one such object lying here in this hallway. A prop sword. What about this thing here? Yes, although we did find it at the kidnapper's hideout. Wait, yes. Possible that the culprit took it with him after using it on me. To leave no evidence behind, right? Correct. It may be worth more thorough examination yet. Let's do another. Test it for luminol. I was wearing a costume at the time, so fingerprint analysis is useless. Let's run a luminol test. It's possible that some of my blood found its way onto this. Like, may I ask for your cooperation in this matter? Like I have a choice. Sheena, call the lab boys. Understood. Except for a dab on the left side, it would appear the blade is spotless. And with the left side of the prop sword, ain't you right? Update the recreation with this new piece of info. Well... Oh yeah, Mr. Deacon is right-handed.
Eureka!
According to this document, the victim was right-handed. Ah, I guess I should change which hand is holding the weapon then.
Knuckle back!
Hold on, you two. You didn't think I was going to ignore something like that, did you? What are you talking about? Look, no interrupting when I'm about to have a little fun. Ah, even if you changed your recreation, you'll only be wasting your time. It's not possible for that thing to hold something in its right hand, you know. Mr. Edgeworth's logic is... What's that thing called? The Bad Badger? Let's take another good look at his right hand. Oh, I forgot the weapon isn't it? The weapon isn't in its right hand because there's already a gun in it. Precisely. You knew that already. Yes, and I also knew the badger was holding the weapon in its right hand. Are you aware of what's coming out of your mouth? You just contradicted yourself. I have evidence, of course, to prove that the culprit held the sword in his right hand. Sounds interesting. Alright then, show me this evidence. The culprit held the weapon in the right hand when he struck. It would be the fact that the gun was ripped.
Take that!
Well, shit.
Take that!
This is the weapon itself. So if I've been on the left side, this prop sword is absolutely spotless. However, if the culprit had used his left hand, the blow would be on the opposite side. The weapon a Bad Badger is holding the sword in his right hand. I don't know what's going on anymore. Giving up already? It's simple. If he can't hold the right sword in his left hand or his right hand, then the one who struck me could not have been the Bad Badger. Pay attention, Lance. Eric. Mr. Deacon, could not have been the one who struck me, since only you was our primary suspect. Fine, it was me. I hit you. You see, you lied to me yet again, but let's see how quickly they catch up to your words. Is Lance left-handed? Ah, yes, but that's what makes this deception all the more interesting. He used his right hand to make it look like Mr. Deacon had been the one to strike me. You see, firing a gun with one's non-dominant hand is difficult, but that level of dexterity is required to swing a prop sword. Okay, please input the new data. The one even behind was Lance. Or should I say, the Proto-Badger. You got it, here I go. It's a recreation of the situation, or on the attack on me. Hey, now we have to do is examine this new recreation and... What exactly is so funny, Agent Lane? That amusing little gadget sure packs a punch, right, Sheena? Yes, it was all I could do to hold my laughter in. Hey, don't make fun of my little thief, you mean old werewolf. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth brings out the best in each other. You've had your little fun, now it's my turn. I've sat quietly by, listening. The crude conclusions you two keep spewing don't whet this wolf's appetite. There's no guarantee that your toy will always show the real situation at any given time. All it displays is whatever information you put in there, right? Well, when you put it that way, your suppositions are wrong. It's not your fault, so I'm gonna let you in on this. There's a trick to this haunted house. What might that be exactly? Beyond what your tiny imaginations can produce. Sheena! Here you are. Now then, what you missed, girlie. Sitting right here in this pamphlet. This is the haunted house. Disappearing badger. What is this? Said someone around here is fond of theatrics. You can see they set a doll down at the end of this hallway for that purpose. Basically, the blue badger you saw was just a stupid doll. How can this be? Guess that throws your whole theory about it being your attacker right out the window. But that can't be right. Maybe the culprit hit the doll somewhere, and then he laid down and pretended to be it instead. Not so fast! The criminal couldn't even hide himself in the hallway. How could he hide a huge doll? Did you get it now? Thanks to your presumptions. You're glad they started off weak and led you to the completely wrong conclusion. Now get off your high horse. Mr. Edgeworth. Okay, I wonder if you could please input the new information for me. You don't know when to quit, do you? I can't quit, not until I declare that I've found the truth. Lane, for the additional information, you have my thanks. Hey, you again. I'll see if I care. Okay, I'm updating the recreation now. Looks really weird. Look how it changes from the blue badger into the proto badger all of a sudden. Stopover badger was just a doll. Where was my attacker hiding? Well, that's what we're going to find out, right? So let's go on, Mr. Edgeworth. Let's go. Okay, yes, let's. Recreation can't be right, which means there must be a contradiction somewhere. It's the proto badger who struck me. I suppose I should really say that it is Lance. Oh, are you going to get him back? I did not resort to violence when the lawsuit I planned to bring to court was false. Really? Because I would totally have decked him right back. This steals from me, I steal something from him, from them. If I get hit, I hit them back. If I get paid to return the money, that's the secret to how a great thief works. Their statement doesn't seem to have a benefit to her survival. The proto badger shows up in our recreation. Yes, the question is, where did it come from? Yeah, but there's no place to hide in our current model. There must be an inconsistency somewhere. Pieces of a set of armor piled here. Why do you think why do you think they almost always have sets of armor inside the haunted house? It's the sort of interior design to bring out a sense of abnormality. Why do all your explanations have to be so hard to understand, Mr. Edgeworth? I'll try explaining it again, but this time so that even a thief like me can get it. That may prove most difficult task. When you take a look around, it almost feels more like a house of mirrors. Indeed, who's ever heard of this many mirrors inside a haunted house before? You know where this is the real kind of things, these mirror shards. Like these shards, there's something different about them. Oh, the ones we found earlier are thicker than the shards from these mirrors on this wall. And look, there's some sort of design in the back too. Pieces from that costume are certainly different from the other mirrors. What does this mean? Could it be that our pieces are not pieces of these mirrors? I expected every suspicious nook and cranny. This is a doll for use in this haunted house. The one who killed the Blue Badger was the Bad Badger, right? According to the Blue Badger Bible, it says that they are each other's worst enemy. All because one's an ally of justice and the other's a vile criminal with a gun. Perhaps they were just destined to battle each other. It's like the Steel Samurai and the Evil Magistrate. I only have the mirror shards right now. Recover myself. You're totally oblivious to what was behind you, aren't you? Yes, I suppose I am to blame for what happened to me. It's gotta be dark, which is all the more reason I should have been more alert. I'd never be caught by surprise again. I don't have all the pieces of information yet. By my hand, I will see. I would be innocent by the murder of Mr. Deacon. Therefore, please don't fret. It will soon be over. Do you not trust me? that is... I'll beat red, Mr. Bobs. Mr. Bobs, no, I can't have red. Only don't tell me that you like that guy more than me. Why am I so pathetic? Please lose away every single glance. What exactly is she going on about? I think you have another guilty person in your hands, Mr. Edgeworth. I won't, but it'll all be for naught, Lance. As soon as I expose the truth, you will be placed under arrest. How can you do this? All the time, after all my dad has done for you. What has done for me is unrelated to the charges you face now. Unbelievable. Is that kind of like a bully right now, Mr. Edward? I'm not serious about this. He will never understand true gravity describes. And I will not allow him to remain a child forever. Now you sound like a dad. I think I've investigated on pretty much everything now. What I'm seeing, sir. As I was telling you, it's like sometimes I have a crazy dream. This isn't a dream. This is something Kay's magic. No, wait, it's exactly like a dream, sir. I've never been so impressed. It's a miracle. Someone sure is easily impressed. I'm so glad you like it. It's the product of your gadget. I wish I had one too. Once it's over, I'll let you play with it for a bit if you want. You'll do that for me, pal? Thanks. All right, let's wrap up this case already. With these, I wonder if they understand the seriousness of the situation.
Eureka!
What contradiction is besides? Well, maybe it's not a complete contradiction. Well, Mr. Atcher, what is it? Is it a contradiction or not? Sorry, I don't quite know. Something wrong with this scene. That much I know for sure. Maybe it's just a trick of the eye. No, that can't be it. So let's think. We need to try and get one more piece, I think. I don't know what to get. What are we thinking, chat? Let's see. Oh, wait. Wait a minute. This is supposed to be one, isn't there? So they have people come and take it. Yeah, okay.
Eureka!
One second here. There's something wrong with the blue belt. The way a belt is on him is opposite of how it should be. That's now what? I have it. Apparently this is a different direction. Okay, cool, whatever. This can't be. I inputted the image data exactly as seen in the pamphlet. Then why is the blue badger dressed up in reverse? Is that weird? Okay, do you remember what you said earlier? What I said earlier about what? About how this building might as well have been a house of mirrors? A house of mirrors? Oh, that would explain the reversed or mirror image. Yes, this blue badger is nothing more than the reflected image of the real one. Then was the blue badger you saw just a reflection? No, I thought I was seeing perfectly straight. If there was a mirror, oh, then it would actually be from an L shape, right? Seriously, it was deceived. The hallway was almost pitch black, and there was a beam in the way that obstructed my view of the other hallway. Wait, but why build a place like that? It sounds pretty pointless to me. Okay, this house is just another attraction in an amusement park. Created a mirror wall for their very specific purpose. One I can point out for you. This was the reason they built a mirror wall. See, now I'm lost again. The Badger Rally? Again, maybe?
Take that!
I don't get it. Yeah, there's the way. Well, it wasn't the Badger Rally. Maybe I'm thinking about this in the wrong way, chat. I'm certainly thinking about it in the way that, like, the Badger Rally. You can do it. Thank you, Ellie. I appreciate it. Let's see. Alright, let's re-examine everything again. I might be missing something. I think you're overthinking. I know I'm overthinking it. That's the thing. I know I'm overthinking it. I'm an idiot. Yeah, I'm overthinking it. So here's the thing. They have a mirror set up because of this. Right here. Look, right here. Disappearing. It can vanish because it goes back and forth. I'm an idiot. I'm always overthinking it, to be honest. I've seen this in some mirror houses before.
Take that!
In the pamphlet, the main draw of this attraction is the mystery of the disappearing badger. They built a mirror for that trick alone. You said it was the badgers. You said you saw the badgers. It's definitely still there. That was true at the time, however. Doing this allows someone to make the blue badgers disappear in a flash. By moving the mirror wall. Reflected simply move the mirror. First, the mirror was instructions that could be moved. Then, beyond where the mirror was, is an empty hallway that could be created. So when they wanted people to see the blue badger, they would open the mirror, and we would see it. And when they wanted to hide it, they simply had to close it again. This explains why the other sides of these fragments have a design on them. And if the pattern is the same as the other walls in this hallway, then when the mirror is closed, it would blend in with the rest of the walls. This is the mirror trick that the haunted house employs. And this also proves the existence of a hiding place for the culprit. How so? Think about it, Kay. There's a place that was outside of my field of vision. That's not by hiding here. Right here.
Take that!
A very large blind spot I could not see beyond, and it was here. If I simply hid on the other side of the movable mirror, then you wouldn't have been able to see him. He didn't even do anything. He didn't even need to do anything about the blue badger doll. Actually, all I had to do was wait for the other side of the mirror. Wait, hold on. I just thought of something. Yes? Well, shouldn't the mirror wall be broken right now in reality? Since we have a few shards of it, we can probably assume it is. So most definitely it's broken. The question is, when was it broken? We found these inside the victim's costume. I mean, the victim was there when the mirror was broken. Wait, that sound... What I heard was most definitely the sound of a mirror breaking. Okay, I'd like you to put some movement in it. Ah, don't scare me like that! Sorry, but I need you to recreate something for me. Sure, whatever you need. Do what you need. Sure, do what you need anyway. You would first recreate this hallway just before I entered the dining room. You got it. This, I believe, is how it was right before I entered the dining room. Although at the time I thought it was but a single straight hallway. And then I went inside. Around that time I heard the sound of a mirror shatter. You heard what? Then, yes, I believe it was then that the mirror was broken. So when you stepped outside into the hallway again, the mirror wall should no longer exist, okay? Please recreate that. Got it. You're gone. The culprit lost his hiding spot. So where did he go? In his proto-badger suit, Mr. Edgeworth? Ha! That's easy enough. With the mirror gone, he simply hid himself in the branch hallway. That about wraps her up. We finally solved everything. No, not yet. An even larger contradiction has now reared its head. Huh? Perhaps you didn't notice, but this recreation contains a very troubling inconsistency. See, between what I saw and the recreation lies... Yeah.
Take that!
Here, huh? You sure the contradiction... Oh, well. Now I'm gonna have to save because I am very low on health again. Here.
Take that!
Go get the end of the hall. Oh, there's no blue badger there. After the blue badger I saw in reality is not here. This is the final point on this long chain of logic, the last remaining contradiction. Let me get this straight. When you came out of the dining room, you saw a badger, right? And that is precisely where the final contradiction lies. What should not exist was there before me. Who or what do you suppose it was? The real identity of our mystery badger. Fuck, shit, Oh, it might have been the dead guy. Seriously, I don't know if I'm fucking... Hold on, I can't get this wrong. The victim's costume. Perfect.
Take that!
The badger I saw, it was in actuality the dead victim's body. What? Agent Lang, the entirety of my complete logic is my final decisive piece of evidence. The murder happened in the hallway of the haunted house at the time of the drop-off. If you can consider the moment I heard the mirror breaking to be the real time of death for Mr. Negan. No! Due to their fighting, or perhaps it was my life-shattering bullet. But no matter what the cause was, the hallway mirror wall was broken. Yeah, you were in the house at the time, right? You tell me you missed the sound of a gunshot.
Objection!
There was a variety of sound effects playing at the time. All for theatrics, I assume. The gunshot must have blended right in. Yeah. Oh, the ad break. Fuck. I didn't stop for the ads. Welcome back, everybody. So, I didn't realize what was going on, so let me give you a quick recap. Basically, I figured out So I was able to let's look at some history. So, for those that missed it, I put the victim's costume as the option, as the evidence to prove who the person I saw at the end of the hallway was. They were like, okay, this is my final piece of decisive evidence. They said the time the bullet was firing when the glass shattered was when the real time of death was. So he's telling me I missed the sound of a gunshot, but the sound effect blended in because there was a bunch of sound effects going off. You got it. Well then, if you recall something new, who was with the victim at the haunted house? Who was the one who had the opportunity to rob the victim of his gun and use it on him? It was you, Lance Amano. I'm sorry. Got his ass. Like I had a choice. Oliver turned on me all of a sudden. He snapped and turned violent right after I hung up with you. He shoved me to the ground and straddled me. I fought back as hard as I could, grabbed his gun, and I shot him. Bullet must have went through his body and shattered the mirror. If I hadn't taken his gun along and shot him first, I would have been the one he found. He's a hardened criminal. He escaped from jail. See, that's justified self-defense. My boy was only trying to protect himself. That remains to be seen, and will have to be resolved in court. Agent Lang, I leave the rest to you. Heh, as if you were the one in charge around here. Guys, arrest these two and take them out of my sight. Wait, I had nothing to do with the murder. And the person you should be arresting is Lance. Dad? Sorry, but you're not slipping away that easily, Mr. Ernest Amano. You tampered with the evidence that you could cover for your son. What a great dad you are, willing to risk it all. Truly touching. By the way, do you know why I'm really here? I'm not gonna possibly know the answers to this asinine question. You booed me. I came all this way from across the sea just to see you, you know. Came to see me? What's that supposed to mean? I have a few things to ask you, Mr. Amano, about a case from 10 years ago. Case from 10 years ago? Oh, what's the name of that you use here for that case? Sheena! It's known as the KG-8 incident. KG-8 incident? Oh, so you remember it? Good. You may recall that the trigger in that case was the Amano Group's scandal. Specifically, the charge of an internal smuggling ring. There's that word again. At the time, the person who was arrested as the ringleader was Mr. Amano's very own secretary, Mr. Colin Deveray. Father? Even though you pushed the crime onto your then secretary, Mr. Deveray, I was suspected that you were involved with the smuggling ring, Mr. Amano. Mr. Deveray was arrested in place of you, which is why when he broke out, you hid him from the police, right? You hid him in exchange for his silence on your little dirty secret. Now. Please calm down. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. Pretend to be ignorant all you want. We're taking you down to the precinct anyway for a nice long chat. What the? Who the heck was that? I'll take him down to the precinct if you don't mind. Who the heck are you? I'm Shocks Portsman, and I'm the prosecutor in charge of this case. Shocks, thank goodness you're here. Don't jerk me around. This is an Interpol case, so keep your paws off my suspect. VDA Phoenix, right? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Sorry, but I can't comply. Got the backing of the prosecutor's office. See, in this country, we prosecutors work with the police to bring cases to court. So if you could please cooperate with me here, that'd be great. Now, how about a handshake to seal the deal? Sorry, but I hate prosecutors. The whole lot of you. Guys, arrest these two suspects. Sir! Oh, I almost forgot. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, is it? I'd like to thank you. Thank me? Yeah, for working so hard to fulfill my goal. Hey, is that the only way to thank someone? And what the heck is that supposed to mean? You were so relentless with Lance that you forced Ernest to tamper with the evidence. Thanks to that, I finally had a legitimate reason to arrest him. So how does it feel to bite the hand that feeds you? The hand that feeds me? I'm not sure I follow. It's no use pretending with me. You're the one, right? You're the corrupt prosecutor that's working for Mr. Amato in the smuggling ring, right? No, I would never do such a thing. What the heck? Arntel's never wrong. In your prosecutor's office, there's definitely someone working with the ring. So Agent Ling suspected my relation to Mr. Amato. That must be the real reason behind his antagonistic attitude. On top of that, your mentor was Van-Fred von Karma, right? There were non-stop rumors flying around about forged evidence with that guy. You're not twisting the truth behind those closed courtroom doors, too, are you? A courtroom is a place where the truth is revealed. Well, don't worry. It's not only you. A whole lot of you can't be trusted. Prosecutor who never lost in 40 years. Every defendant must be found guilty. Fueled by that kind of thinking, is it any wonder that courts produce nothing but falsities and lies? It seems that his disdain extends beyond just me. Prosecutors, the courts. Why is this man so angry with all of us? Rest assured, the next time we meet, I won't be so forgiving. So don't you forget it. Please, wait. Agent Shina. Why does Agent Lang hate all prosecutors? So. Lang is the head of the long-honored House of Lang in Xingfa. The heads of all police-related divisions in that country were of Lang blood. Shoop! Were? What do you mean by that? Aren't they still? They were revered, but that was long ago. They don't hold that sort of sway anymore. And it was all because of the courts. How can that be? The prosecutor once withheld and tampered with the evidence of one of the Lang detectives found. That evidence's purity was tarnished, and it cost the Lang family its honor and trust. But not all prosecutors are like that. Even so, Lang will never respect the court again, or any prosecutor. So Agent Lang is a man who hates all courts and is unwilling to forgive prosecutors. Man, what a piece of work that guy is. Come on, Jim. We better catch up. Yeah. We still gotta deliver that thing to the old man, after all. Detective Gumshoe. I believe it's time we wrapped up and headed out ourselves. Yeah. Are you going home, Mr. Edgeworth? No. I've been nothing but being entangled in one mess after another since my return. It's all right with you. Can you drop me off at my office? No problem, sir. Excuse me? Yes, what is it? Thank you very much. Oh, it's okay. No need to thank me, pal. Just doing my job as a detective. I guess I was fooled pretty badly by Lance. Oh, cruel fate. What's a woman to do when she's been hurt by the one she loves? And I think I never realized my father was right there. I never said anything to him. I knew it. I'm a failure. Ah, there she goes again, talking to herself. Miss Pops, I wonder if you know why your father participated in this kidnapping. No, I have no idea. Your father died while he was trying to stop Lance, which means that from the beginning he had no interest in the staged self-abduction. Wait, why did he? I believe it was because of your presence, Miss Pops. Me? Lance realized that the two of you were related, which is why he used you as the hostage to coerce Mr. Deveray into cooperating. Father, as a felon, he cannot tell you of his real relation to you. However, as the Amato family butler, and at the very least, he was able to watch over you. It was all he could do, but that was the shape of his overflowing love for you. Go on, speak your mind. That is... Thank you very much. You're welcome, although there is no need to thank me. Ah, no, Lauren, stop. I mean, this man's so much older than you. Looks like you've got completely stolen her away, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to go, sir. Your technique is way beyond the level of a great thief. What are you going on about now? Ah, your deducing skills may be sound, but you have no street smarts. That's Mr. Edgeworth for you. Yeah, I mean, he still doesn't figure out who I am at all. You haven't remembered in all this time? I guess I'm just going to have to say it. This isn't the first time we've met, you know. What do you mean, pal? Mr. Edgeworth, how do you know this girl? Huh. Looks like you totally forgot about me too, Gummy. Gummy? Yeah, maybe this will jog your memories. I promised I'd return this to you one day, remember? That single piece of cloth took me back far into my past. To that fateful day 7 years ago, when I first met the then-child Kay. And Detective Gumshoe. Okay, and Detective Gumshoe. Oh, we're going farther into the past now. Start episode. Doing mediocre voice acting for this entire thing hurts my throat a bit. There it is. Young lady who calls herself the second Yatagarasu. The piece of cloth that she conjured up is taking me back to many years ago. Take a break then? Nah, I only got about a half hour before my normal end, so I don't want to stop yet. I want to finish up. That's right, I did it. I killed the guy. It was the great thief Yatagarasu that told me to do it. What are you trying to say? Did you get it? I know the true identity of the Yatagarasu. Don't hurt yourself, I'll be fine. Yatagarasu is the man standing over there at the prosecutor's bench. I'm the Yatagarasu. You dare deny it? You told me to kill him when you snuck into the embassy. Mr. Faraday is the Yatagarasu. Exactly what I'm saying. Mr. Rell, I think we've heard just about enough out of you. Your Honor, please listen to me. I'm telling the truth. You gotta believe me. I love how the judge never changes at all. In accordance with the defendant's accusation, a new prosecutor shall be called to replace him, Mr. Faraday. This court will be in recess until the new prosecutor is ready. Almost time for me to enter the courtroom. And so it is that my first assignment as a prosecutor will be as a replacement for a prosecutor who has been accused by the defendant. Mr. Edgeworth. Sir. Have you read over all the documents regarding this trial? Yes, sir. I have memorized everything there is to know. Very good. The paperwork for the prosecutor's substitution is just about to complete. Edgeworth, always bear in mind that as your mentor, I, Manfred von Karma, will accept nothing short of perfection. I understand, sir. To have the evidence, to have the chance to stand in court in such an early stage in my career. I am honored and proud. As I have watched over your studies, I am giving you this very rare chance. Prove yourself. Crush the defendant's pathetic lies into oblivion. Yes, sir. Such a legendary prosecutor will be watching and judging my performance. I had to be perfect in every way. Today's trial should have ended in just 1 minute. Because the defendant was picked up by the security camera, correct? Exactly. The killer had the gall to say that he only killed because he was instructed to do so. Even more outrageous is his claim that the case prosecutor, Byrne Faraday, gave the order. God, that's a fucking smarmy-ass smile. What the fuck? Ha! Faraday is such a fool. He's been cornered by his very own prey. Sir, are you an acquaintance of Mr. Byrne Faraday? He is a pathetic man who speaks nothing but nonsense. Nonsense? He once tried to explain to me a way of punishing those who cannot be brought to court. Those who cannot be brought to court. That is nonsense, for no man is above the law. Well, there is always a few exceptions. However, there is no reason to even deal with such individuals. A prosecutor is a guardian of the court, one with no obligation to outside matters. Thus, there is no reason to deal with such individuals, I see. Edgeworth, disgracing yourself as Faraday has will not be forgiven. Have no fear. I will not let you down, sir. In place of the accused prosecutor, Vern Faraday, I'll prove the defendant's guilt. Very good. I have secured an hour of recess for you to prepare to do just that. Show them all the power of Von Karma. Achieved a firm understanding of the case? Yes, sir. I have memorized everything that is written down in the case files. I have none. Oh then, explain the case to me. I want to see if you really know what you are talking about. Understood. A murder was committed on September 8th in front of the Cadopian Embassy. That's sure. The victim, Mr. Dead... God damn it. His name is Dead Man. The guy's fucking name is Dead Man. Fuck. I'm just gonna give it some weird fucking pronunciation so it's not just straight up Dead Man. Deidman was a staff member at the embassy. The defendant in this case is Mr. Mac Rell. Was held for questioning on the night of the incident as he was deemed suspicious. He was quickly placed under arrest for possession of the murder weapon, a gun, sure. Furthermore, at the time of the murder, the great thief Yatagarasu had successfully infiltrated the Candopian embassy as well. At first, Rell claimed that he himself was Yatagarasu, but that he did not kill Mr. Deidman. Wonder what he expected to gain from such a desperate lie. It is possible he wants to go down while in the spotlight if he is found guilty. There truly is no limit to people's inanity. But I digress. Continue, Edgeworth. Yes, sir. During the trial, the prosecution presented the security footage that captured the murder. Footage clearly showed that Mr. Rell is the murderer. The act of Mr. Rell firing the gun could be clearly seen from the visitor's galley. But seeing that, the defendant retracted his statement and admitted to the murder. I did it because I was told to, by the real Yatagarasu, Vern Faraday. That sounds about right. Although you've forgotten one thing. While this may appear to simply be the murder of a Candopian embassy staff member, people are actually referring to it as the second KG-8 incident. Second KG-8 incident. I'm very sorry, sir. I fear I failed to study hard enough. Oof. And even amongst the police, it's information that only a select few are privy to. Could you please enlighten me, sir? Sir, what do you mean by the second KG-8 incident? In order for me to tell you that, you must first learn about the original case. Take a look at these documents. This is a 3-year-old newspaper. You have heard of the Amano Group scandal before, correct? Yes, I have. The secretary of the Ernest Amano, the Amano Group's director, was arrested under suspicion of smuggling. I'm gonna read this fucking... Alright, Cadopian staff member Manny Cochin found not guilty. The victim is CCU, a shadow over the Amano Group. What's his relation to the smuggling ring? So Manny Cochin. Alright. Correct. CCU was an employee of the Amano Group and the sole witness to the smuggling operation. It was she who brought the crime to light. However, Miss Yu was silenced before she could testify in court. Wasn't the Cadopian embassy staff member arrested for the murder? Yes. A Cadopian by the name of Manny Cochin was the suspect. However, due to lack of evidence, the case went unresolved. Lack of evidence? Ha! If only I was in charge of that case. I would have done everything in my power to prove his guilt. Make sure that all criminals are found guilty. The mentor really is dedicated. Faraday was the prosecutor on that case then, and he was as pathetic as ever. Mr. Faraday was in charge of the KG-8 incident as well? That's right. And now, once again, the victim of the case you are currently assigned to was someone who was scheduled to testify against that smuggling organization. And just like last time, the victim was murdered right before he was to testify. You're catching on. The victim was murdered just before the Disday in court against the smuggling organization. Events are occurring almost exactly the same way as they did in the KG-8 incident. So that's why it's being called the second KG-8 incident. Yes. Yet there is one difference between these two incidents. What would that be? The so-called noble thief is sending everyone into an uproar. The great thief Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu. I'd better find out more. It's true that the Yatagarasu showed up at the Kadopian embassy. What could he or she have been after? Oof. No doubt it to steal any suspicious accounting records and release them publicly. Or more likely to steal secrets from the Kadopian embassy itself. Since the item the Yatagarasu stole from there was sent to the police. What was it that the Yatagarasu sent to the police? I don't know the details. Anything related to the Yatagarasu is getting top secret treatment. Still, I find it very ironic. By returning the stolen item to the police, it was proof positive that the Yatagarasu had infiltrated the embassy on the same day as the staff member was killed. Criminals have a way of incriminating themselves, wouldn't you say? That would have to be the first time the Yatagarasu has left evidence behind, correct? Yes, indeed. If you wish to learn more about the Yatagarasu, then I suggest you ask Faraday. Mr. Faraday? He happens to be the prosecutor in charge of the Yatagarasu case as well. He's the prosecutor in charge of both the KG-8 and the Yatagarasu case? Mr. Faraday really has a lot on his plate. What is it, little girl? You're scary, mister. Do you need something? I want to trade these coins with you. It's full of dimes, quarters, and pennies. It looks like you have exactly $1. Is this what you want? Thanks, that's exactly what I needed. The child be here to watch the trial? How disrespectful for a child to be running around inside the courtroom. Does no one have respect for this country's judicial system anymore? The paperwork for the prosecutor's substitution is complete. Why, do you even know how much time there is left before the trial resumes? I'm so sorry. I can have you mopping up this courthouse instead of protecting it in an instant. It's no bother, sir. Not being completely prepared could prove to be a perfect handicap for me. A proud one you are. You had better collect the evidence from Faraday and prepare yourself. It's time for your debut, Edgeworth. Just what is going on? Why isn't Faraday here yet? How is it possible that the defense is not prepared yet either? Bailiff, where is Mr. Faraday? I'm not sure. I wasn't really paying attention. Ah, you must be the one Mr. Von Karma recommended. I hear this will be your first trial. I look forward to seeing how you perform. Oh, by the way, was there someone celebrating a birthday during recess? I could have sworn that I heard a popper going off. To think of it, the other day with my grandson. Sir, looks like the trial is about to resume. However, yes, it will be all but impossible to prove the witness is a liar without the evidence from Faraday. Where is that blasted buffoon up to? It's an emergency, sirs. It's emergency, sirs. Silence. There shall be no selling in the sacred hall of the law. Bailiff, remove that man from this courtroom at once. Please, wait. You have to listen to me. There's an emergency. Defendant lobby number 2, Mr. Faraday and the defendant. The two of them, they both dead, Your Honor. What? 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 Stay back. No one's allowed in the crime scene, period. Just who does this oddball think he is? This is becoming quite the hotspot. Is she Mr. Rose, defense attorney? Hey, you, no running in the hallway, pal. I didn't want you to tell me what to do. I'm gonna find out what's going on like this. It's time for some civil discourse. Excuse me, but who are you? Detective Tyrell Bad. Homicide. I was informed of the situation and came as quickly as possible. So how did you arrive and inspect the body before me? Faraday requested for me to testify on the trial. Plain and simple. Mr. Faraday requested that you be here? I've already contacted HQ about the situation. I've got nothing to say to you, kid. Kid? I'm Mr. Faraday's substitute in today's trial. Therefore, I insist you update me on the situation. I can't back down here. I have a right to know. Do I need to teach you a thing or two about how to talk to adults, kid? Is he threatening me? Is he going for his gun? It's just a mirror. How did he trick me like that? Faraday was stabbed to death with some kind of blade. He had a gun in his hand. The other end, Mr. Macrell was shot and killed. Found holding a bloody knife in his head. Anyone else who went to the defendant lobby too? Yeah, that big lug over there. His name's Gumshoe. He was in charge of guarding the place. He's claiming that no one else entered the room. If that's the case, then they must have killed each other, correct? Maybe. Just impudence. This guy is really testing my patience. Why was I not informed that you were going to testify in court? Homicides aren't my only gig. Yatagarasu case is also one of my assignments. So you were called upon to comment on the Yatagarasu's characteristics in order to assess if Mr. Faraday really was the Yatagarasu or not? Well, well. Looks like you just might have a brain after all in that head of yours, son. Son? I'm not about your son, Pops. You have a minute? You know, I'm not really talking to people I don't know. Especially at a time like this. I apologize for not introducing myself before, bothering you. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I was to take Mr. Faraday's place in court. Edgeworth, huh? Never heard of you. So Faraday's substitute is a newbie, huh? Let me know, madam, that I studied under Manfred von Karma. Do not take me for some naive novice. Do not take me for some naive novice. Dear student of Von Karma, I should have. I was closer and dead giveaway. Stop right there. These are the garments of one who gallantly presents the facts. Thanks for the great laugh. Try not to make me laugh so much, okay? Don't try to do anything of the sort. Just kidding. I was goofing around. By the way, do you know who I am? My name's Callisto Yu. And if you're thinking of telling the truth, we were about to go head-to-head in court. But of course, I've heard much about you, Miss Yu. But of course, I've heard much about you. You're a regular Shakespeare. They say something funny? I'd like you to update me on the situation. I don't really know anything. Why don't you try talking to those detectives over there? If that's the case, then why are you here? That's so funny. It's just that the way you speak is so tactless. The person I was going against the court only until a while ago was just murdered. It's like I could go back at the court pretending as though nothing happened. That's a good point. I apologize for asking such an insensitive question. It's fine. Don't worry about it. And you are... Ooh, me? Hey, pal. It's common courtesy to tell someone your name first before asking theirs. Point taken. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I am a district prosecutor. Prosecutor? I've never seen a prosecutor as young as you, pal. I told you my name. Now, would you mind telling me yours? Detective Gumshoe. I just recently achieved my dream of becoming a detective. More than a dream, it's what I was born to do. Wait. Maybe I should check and make sure I'm not really in some crazy dream first. Detective is entirely too excited to be a murder scene. So, Detective Gumshoe, would you mind telling me what you know about this incident? You know you don't have to tell you anything, right? I know that. But it would behoove you to fill me in on what you know. Wow, you're a proud one for such a youngster, aren't you? Well, anyway, Detective Bad is the one in charge. So you're just gonna have to ask him for all the details, okay? As for me, I was guarding the door of the defendant lobby number 2. So you were on guard detail. Did you notice anything strange while you were on duty? Well, I freaked out when I heard a gunshot, and then I kind of froze. Detective, an amusing gunshot scared you that much? And again, I can hardly claim to know what that's like to hear one at close range. And Detective Bad came running to the scene. We weren't in lobby number 2 together, and both men were lying there dead. Is that everything? Yeah, that's it. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle. Interesting. In the gunshot, he didn't hear a single sound of the commotion. Miss Yu, there's someone here who wishes to see you. Who is it? A Cadopian embassy staff member by the name of Manny Kocho. What's going on? I feel bad and Miss Yu's moods just changed all of a sudden. Wait a second. Oh, so yeah, he was the one that was accused of killing her sister, probably. I'll be right there. It's nice to see you again, Miss Yu. Why are you here? I have no desire to ever see you again. No. Actually, would you mind stepping outside for a brief chat? Fine, let's go. Bad. Von Karma was bad a long time. I knew you would show up. You usually do when the Yatagarasu is involved. And I see this case is no exception. Do you know Detective Bad, sir? Yes. He is like an old bloodhound who never leaves the scene of a crime. Well, he knew if only he would get a promotion and move on. He's the crime scene where a detective is most useful and effective. I don't know that. Moving on, no bad. The man I just passed by. Was he not the suspect from the KG8 incident? So I was right. Just what is that man doing wandering around here? That's Faraday. I can't believe he let such an easy catch get away. Imbecile! I would have proved his guilt in 3 minutes. Von Karma. I think you said enough for now. It's in poor taste to speak like that about the departed. It's in poor taste to speak like that about the departed. Very well. Back on topic. I'm placing Edgeworth in charge of the investigation here.
Objection!
Papa, how can you place him in charge? Franziska, what are you doing here? I'm here for summer vacation, what else? Franziska von Karma. She is here on vacation from Germany. She's the daughter of Manfred von Karma and a student of his who's also a junior to me. You're the one who's junior to me, and don't you forget it. You're not conveniently avoiding the bar examination, are you? Huh. If you were able to pass, then I have no trouble at all. But I never allow myself to lose to you. Never! We should always have to be this competitive. Anyway, Papa, you really assigning Miles Edgeworth to cover the case? Yes, I am. Why do you ask? Well, you know, I'm close to becoming a prosecutor myself. And I am 100% confident that I could do a better job than him. It's just like Franziska. There's no problem bad-mouthing someone right in front of them. Bad. Yeah. These two will be conducting the investigation. What? You want me to let both these kids loose on the crime scene? Huh. This is the perfect opportunity for them to work on their prosecution skills. A crime scene is no place for children to be messing around in. I'm the one with the authority over this crime scene, Bad. And I will not tolerate complaining. Edgeworth, Franziska, I leave this case to the two of you. Understood, sir. Yes, Papa. I'll go take care of the paperwork now. Remember, I'll accept nothing but a perfect report from both of you. Do not disappoint me! Hold up, Von Karma. I still haven't agreed to this. Miles Edgeworth. It's been quite some time, Franziska. This will be the perfect chance for us to see which of us is truly worthy of the Von Karma name. I'd kill you to at least say hello. I think ads will be starting right about now, so I'll give it just a minute.
Penis, 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 penis.
How dare you, Kava? Right as ads were about to start. I want the ads to begin before I am after the last. This will be the last round of ads for the night. Hope everyone's enjoyed the stream so far tonight. I like these games because I do get to do whatever little voice acting I can do, I suppose. It's not great, but I know people like to meme it, so... That should be just about finished up. That break should be done. Welcome back, everybody. All right. Would you kill you release say hello? Ugh, long time no see. Very good. Just because you became a prosecutor first doesn't mean you can act all proud. She hasn't changed a bit. Miles Edgeworth, as I was saying, we shall see which one of us is worthy of the Von Karman name. For crying out loud, I've been reduced to a babysitter. Mr. Von Karman was successful in convicting the detective. It's just like him. He never fails. Now, I'd appreciate it if you could quickly run me through the facts, Detective Bat. You're better off checking things out on your own. Very well. I think I'll be getting it. Seems like getting help from Detective Bat will be a most arduous task. It's the only real explanation that they kill each other simultaneously. Miles Edgeworth, should listen to someone until they are finished talking. What are you talking about? I'll only say one more time. This is a competition to see who is truly worthy of the Von Karman name. Competition. The person who figures out the truth first wins. So the person who doesn't discover the truth is a dishonor to the name? Exactly. I don't care that you became a prosecutor before me. I simply refuse to hear any more of the foolish things that come out from your foolishly foolish mouth. Fine. Whatever makes you happy. Can I take that as you accepting my challenge? Once again, whatever makes you happy. Well, then let's begin the investigation, shall we? To find the perfect evidence and prettily present it like a professional I am. We need to discover the truth behind a crime. How delightfully childish. You kids over there, hold it. Kid? Ah, serves you right, Miles. Just called you a kid. I said kids, kid. How dare you call me a kid as well? I'll do what I please, and I won't allow you to cause a ruckus on my crime scene. Hey, big guy, you're going to watch over these two. Yes, sir, Detective Bad, sir. Now, do what I want. Do what I say from now on, kids, okay? You better not get in our way, Scruffy. You'll feel the bite of my whip if you do. Then you, prosecutor boy. Let's get your investigation started, alrighty, right? Alright. Great, now even that detective is treating me like a child. Alright, it's time to get investigating. Get a move on, prosecutor boy. My name is Miles Edgeworth. And if you call me prosecutor boy one more time, it will be my duty as prosecutor to look into your monthly salary. What? What would you do with my salary after you saw how much it was? It's up to you, now isn't it? Really? Sounds good, pal. He's so naive. Detective Bad, may I have a word with you? What is it? It appears that both a knife and a gun were used as murder weapons. Yeah, it does. It's just our first question in the investigation. Where did the men acquire these weapons? The gun was inside of Faraday's bag. It was a piece of evidence that was presented in the trial earlier today. It was used to kill the Cadopian embassy staff member. But I have never heard anything about the knife. Mr. Rell was being held by the police. There's no way he could have brought it in. Which means it's possible that Faraday had the knife on him from the start as well. And a piece of evidence that had yet to be presented. Then why does Detective Bad know about it? Wait, what if it's possible that Mr. Faraday brought the knife in under the guise of prosecutorial evidence? He could have brought it out and attacked Mr. Rell with it. Maybe you got a brain in there after all, kid. Is he going to treat me like a child forever? Looks like Mr. Faraday attacked Mr. Rell first, who then counterattacked. That's the only logical conclusion you can draw from a scene like this. Not yet. I think it's much too early to be drawing conclusions already. I must first find conclusive evidence so as to protect the honor of the Von Karman name. Mr. Faraday fell on top of Mr. Rell. At first glance, they must have killed each other. However, using logic that only logical conclusions is... Aha! What was that outburst for? My detective's instinct just hit me real hard. It was Mr. Rell that fell first, see? You don't need a detective instinct for that. It's common sense. I suppose we don't know much more than that until after I examine the bodies. That's not expected every suspicious looking crane. Why are there plastic bags scattered all around? Those are bags for keeping evidence safe, pal. I know that much, Detective. You sure are good at this stuff, aren't you, pal? Only I'd be happy when someone compliments me, but it's this guy. Anyway, could these plastic bags be evidence of a fight between the two men? So Mr. Rell died with a knife in his hands. There's some blood stuck on it. Then he must have used this as a weapon. Yep, no doubt about it. Mr. Faraday carrying his own personage? Do you think this is a piece of evidence for the trial? Or did he bring it with a very different intention in mind? I should jot down some notes about it. Looks like Mr. Faraday died while holding the gun in his right hand. So he shot Mr. Rell and then fell on top of him while still gripping the gun. I guess that does seem kind of strange, huh? I mean, why would Mr. Faraday know how to fire a gun? Not exactly rocket science. Even I know how to pull a trigger. Although I doubt I'll ever need to use one. I hope I never had to fire a gun either, pal. But it sure does look cool to hold a gun in your hands. It appears that the police's screening procedures need a thorough review. I should jot down some notes about the handgun at Mr. Faraday's hand. Mr. Faraday, how ironic for him to lose his life in a courthouse. Yeah, why'd it have to be like this? I don't know what to say. Can't believe this happened while I was on watch, pal. Other than being yourself up, you should spend your time continuing the investigation. Didn't you become a detective in order to solve crimes? Yeah. Then get back to work. Find out the cause of this murder. Right, I'm on it, pal. Make sure I got everything. Oh, there we go. This is all black down here, see? I know what it could be. If you look closely, this blotching pattern resembles an ink stain. An ink stain? Yes, I actually can ink in my own hand when I use my feather pen. A feather pen? I've never seen one of those before. You sure you're not just making this up, pal? Rell's cause of death is being shot, correct? That's what we think. It's hard to tell with him lying face down. It's bad enough, but it truly is lamentable that someone would try to hide the truth. Are you sure they were trying to hide something? Can't confirm Mr. Rell's cause of death with his body position like that. Detective Ben, I'd like to examine the bodies in further detail if possible. What's this? You want to out to form a theory with them for the... Not able to form a theory with the way... From them the way they are? Even an examination of the bodies is vital to finding the perfect evidence, don't you? I suppose you do have a point. Hurry up and get on with it. Labby. Yes, sir. We've taken enough photos of the scene, sir. And there you have it. Do you not approve? Of course not. What? Investigation of a crime scene is the work of a detective, so don't touch a thing. Hey, big fella, turn over the bodies for me, will you? Okay. Please forgive me, Mr. Faraday, sir. Gumshoe, do not get emotionally involved. Remember, you're a detective. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. So, knife wound in his chest here, see? I wonder if the wound matches the knife Mr. Rell is holding. Larrabee. Yes, sir. Verifying now, sir. Make it quick. Look at things. One could deduce that the knife Mr. Rell is holding was what killed Mr. Faraday. Shot in the chest. Takes some guts to fire a gun in the courthouse. I mean, I've been a detective for a whole week and I still haven't fired a single round yet. There aren't any burn marks on his clothes. That must mean... Wait, burn marks? Round grows very hot as it's discharged from a firearm. Therefore, burn marks are usually left when a shot is fired from point-blank range. Ergo, Mr. Rell must have been shot from at least a yard away or two away. You sure do know a bunch of neat stuff for your age, pal. Apparently, this detective has as much common sense as your everyday marsupial. First he killed a Cadopian embassy staff member, then he was murdered himself. This guy isn't exactly an angel, you know. Oh? What makes you say that? Well, he's been hauled into the precinct several times for theft and assault, pal. So yeah, he's definitely the type to have committed a murder or two. Well, he did admit to killing Mr. Diedmon. Hey, good point, pal. I knew my detective intuition was telling me something. Detective's intuition? Yep. But you know about it? It's a special feeling that all We don't have time for this conversation right now. Let's return to the investigation. There's something in this breast pocket. It's a fountain pen. You know, I always keep a pencil behind my ear. Because Detective Bad is always telling me, you should always write your name on everything you own. Yes, somehow you do strike me as a forgetful individual. I try to understand how the two men died. First, Mr. Faraday took the gun and the knife out from the child's evidence. And he aimed the gun at Mr. Burrell and fired. However, Mr. Burrell managed to grab the knife and counter Mr. Faraday while being shot. And two men fell where they stood. That is my theory in any case. What a crazy way to go. But something that doesn't seem right. I'm gonna firmer grasp what happened here. That splotch on Mr. Faraday's hand. I wonder if it might be the ink from his fountain pen. Ooh, let me ask the lab guy. Detective Gumshoe, I confirm that the substance on Mr. Faraday's hand is the ink from his fountain pen. See, good work. You know, I've always wanted to say that. It was just one time in my life. Mr. Faraday wrote with his fountain pen in his left hand. It is fair to assume he was left-handed. It appears that Mr. Faraday's pen is very important to our case as well. Okay, if you say so, pal. There's a plastic bag stacked up on the table. There's a tea set too, but there doesn't seem to be any sign of a disturbance. Yeah, the table's all neat and tidy. Maybe they were just super quiet in their scuffle. After all, I didn't hear anything from outside in the hallway, you know. Maybe the plastic bag scattered on the floor, throwing us off. There's a very tidy pile of plastic bags on the table, and yet a portion of them wound up scattered on the floor as well. It's not likely that the ones on the floor were knocked over during a struggle, in which case, might there be another explanation as to how they got there? Another reason? I believe it's possible that the blood on the outside of the bag is related somehow. Please get that blood away from me, pal. Detective Gumshoe, whose blood is on this bag? Hold on, let me ask the lab guy. Alright, please hurry. Get a load of this, pal. It's Mr. Faraday's. Oh, and the technician said they didn't find anything else on or in the bag either. It appears that this bag is a very important piece of evidence. Alright, if you say so, I leave it in your hands, pal. Why are there plastic bags scattered all around? We're keeping evidence safe, pal. I know that much, detective. Sure are good at this stuff, aren't you, pal? It's the same conversation we just had. Back. Some stuff in the bag, pal. I suppose this was Mr. Faraday's bag. Probably the trial evidence I was supposed to collect from him. This is evidence? Oh, I better not touch it. I'll leave prints on it. You just not pay attention to anything, do you? The window is open, and there's a fresh, flowery scent in the air. Oh, the flowers in the garden down there are so gross and ghastly. You think maybe you could try offering something useful for a change? At least there's no way someone escaped through the window, pal. They wouldn't wake up and smell the flowers after a fall from the 3rd floor. Are you willfully ignoring the fact that there are also iron bars on the windows? I guess there's that too. Either way, no one could get through these windows, right? Thought of everything when they were designing this courthouse. Very nice. Detective Bat, do you have any thoughts on the case? Faraday and Rail. Looks like they killed each other to me. Although, there are a few things that just don't seem right. What would they be? Why don't you try thinking on their own first before you bother me, boy? I've been downgraded to just boy? Decorative plants foliage is quite nice. It's actually soothing to be around. Perhaps I should purchase one for my room. What he got in his right hand? Well, Mr. Well got blown away with, right? Larry, you're right, sir? Yes, sir. We found that the ballistic markings do match that gun. Oh, ballistic markings are the figurative fingerprints that gun leaves in a bullet when fired. Every gun leaves its own unique ballistic markings. Therefore, by looking at the markings on a bullet, you can tell which gun it came from. Yeah, that's it. Of course, I knew all about that already, pal. Maybe you'd better go off. Maybe I off going back to the academy. Come on, sir. Don't cut me some slack, will you? Well, that was fired from this gun is what killed Mr. Rowe. When Mr. Faraday was stabbed with this knife, Mr. Rowe was holding. Ouch! What's wrong, detective? My stomach started hurt just from thinking about being stabbed. Just keep your mind on the case, all right? Let's see. Anything else? No. I see. Did you figure something out? This is a competition, Miles. And as such, I'd appreciate it if you didn't talk to me. As you wish. Whoa! What is it, Detective Gumshoe? My TV at home was so tiny compared to this one, pal. And perhaps you should purchase a more normal-sized television like this one. Well, let me see here. Wow, this thing is huge! Wow, and way too noisy! You're the noisy one, Scruffy. Don't touch it. You'll get your fingerprints all over it. But I didn't touch it. Preservation of the crime scene is the foundation of detective work. Foundation, huh? Something the rookie here needs to shore up on. Guess there's not much left to investigate, huh? They really did kill each other. No, we can't conclude that quite yet. There's still something I find very peculiar here. The theory that they simply killed each other is too simplistic in this case. In fact, there's actually a contradiction that shows there is another possibility. Oh wait, pal, really? I suppose I'll just have to show you the contradiction in this crime scene. Let's see. I think it's gonna be another one of those fucking, like, this person is left-handed kind of thing. I think it's this. So if we look at the crime scene notes, it's on his left hand, so he's left-handed. Did I present? Yeah, present this. Eureka! I come face to face with the contradiction I speak of, and it's this. Mr. Faraday used his left hand to write with his fountain pen. Ergo, he is left-handed. And yet, the handgun is in his right hand. Do you find it odd that left-handed Mr. Faraday would hold the gun in his right hand? That, lady and gentlemen, is the great contradiction haunting this crime scene. Alright, you're right, pal. It does seem kind of strange. But how could something like that happen? Facts add up to one conclusion and one alone. Someone else put the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand after he died. Someone else? Plastic bag scattered on the floor and a gun in the wrong hand. I sense the presence of a shadowy figure behind this case. There's no vile intent who is serious about keeping the truth from us. Here's the autopsy report. It is probable that Mr. Rell survived for a short time after he was shot, but Mr. Faraday died instantly from his stabbing. Interesting. Looks like we now know everything we need to know about this case. You sure we know everything? Of course. The incident began when Mr. Faraday attempted to get his revenge. The prosecutor went into a rage from being accused, and then tried to kill the defendant. But the defendant fought back and ended up killing each other. It's all very clear and simple. There is no margin for doubt. Do you really believe that to be the truth? Huh, are you saying that just because I figured out the truth before you, that you don't want to believe it's true? Nah. It's alright. If you disagree with my argument, then prove me wrong. Well, if there are any contradictions to be found, that is. Don't worry, I will. Faraday's death was instantaneous, while Mr. Rell survived for a short time. From this, it is obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rell. Mr. Rell, while on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him. Those are the facts of this case. Death was instantaneous, therefore he must have attacked first. That logic to be false, probably the fastest way to show that she was wrong. I guess I should first look for any holes in her theory.
Hold it!
I truly believe that Mr. Faraday died instantly. I want to look at the autopsy report. Might as well get an entrance. Brian Faraday. Yep. Alright. I thought they upgraded this. Time of death, 4 p.m. Oh, yeah, so it works. So the body's Faraday died of a knife stab. Rell died of a bullet wound to the chest. There is no gunpowder from this. Says he was shot from a few yards away. It's possible he was shot. Okay. Yeah. Stabbing caused instantaneous death. So he died instantly, but the other guy was a little alive for a short time. I have the murder report right here. Mr. Faraday died instantaneously of shock due to being stabbed in the chest. There you see, it's been documented clear as day. From this, it's obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Rell.
Hold it!
Faraday shot Mr. Rell before he died. The only basis for that statement, your foolishness has no end, does it? I hate to repeat myself, however, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously. It's all the basis I need. Alright, so Mr. Faraday died instantaneously. And he must have attacked Mr. Rell before being stabbed. You're finally beginning to catch on, I see. Rell, on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him.
Hold it!
She believed that the dying Mr. Rell stole the knife from Mr. Faraday. Mr. Rell became desperate as he did not want to die. Human beings can do amazing things when they are put to the test. So the two men struggled. And in the end, Mr. Rell was able to grab the knife and stab Mr. Faraday. Basic conditions of the room is testament to their struggle. Yes, my logic is perfectly sound. Can you really say that it's perfect? What are you insinuating? Nothing. Oh, right, yep, he said slide by without further inquiry. One must be clear and precise, so if you can append that statement to your testimony. Fine. They struggled, and Mr. Rell used the last of his strength to counterattack Mr. Faraday, which I have evidence for because Gum shows that there was no sign of a struggle.
Objection!
The two men were fighting. The struggle would have surely caused quite a bit of noise. Over Detective Gunshoe testified that he heard absolutely nothing. Huh. You place too much faith in that detective's testimony, you know. For the sake of argument, let's say there wasn't a fight. How then did Mr. Rell get his hands on the knife? Mr. Faraday's bag was sitting right here in the lobby number 2. It's not hard to imagine that perhaps Mr. Rell saw a chance and took it out at some point. So what you're saying is this. Mr. Rell took a chance when he saw the opportunity and took the knife from the bag. And then Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rell after being stabbed. And there's something strange in Francisca's statement just now. Wait, something doesn't add up. Oh, really? Not possible for Mr. Faraday to have shot Mr. Rell after being stabbed because, according to the autopsy report, he died instantaneously. In the coroner's report, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, meaning that he died immediately upon being stabbed by the knife. Ergo, he could not have possibly fired the gun after that. Oh, you got me. But of course. Well then, if the report is correct, then there is only one correct explanation. Suppose that Mr. Rell attacked first. Mr. Faraday, who died instantaneously, would have been unable to kill Mr. Rell. Therefore, Mr. Rell must have been stabbed by Faraday after he was shot. Then they both died. That's the only explanation that makes logical sense. Negating your opponent's idea in order to prove your own theory. I see you've been studying, Francisca. I'm going to explain it to you as simply as possible. Before you foolishly propose a full-on foolish theory that only a foolish fool like you would could. How naive of you to believe that only your opinions are valid, and still expect to discover the truth in that crime scheme offers you. Francisca, you've still got a ways to go. What are you talking about? You're saying there's a flaw in my logic? Mr. Faraday died instantly, and the fact that he did is what gives rise to the contradiction of this scene. Here in this crime scene is. Let's see. The order in which the bodies fell. Get this straight. What you're arguing is this. Mr. Faraday took the gun from his evidence bag and shot Mr. Rell. And then he wounded Mr. Rell. Then the wounded Mr. Rell found an opportunity to take the knife and strike back. Upon being stabbed, Mr. Faraday died on the spot and Mr. Rell died thereafter. If that's the case, how do you explain this? Take a good look at the order in which these bodies are piled. No. Mr. Faraday's body is lying on top of Mr. Rell's. Therefore, Mr. Rell must have died before Mr. Faraday. Impossible. Yes, I agree. It seems strange no matter what angle you're approaching from. Which means that the real history behind this crime scene we must solve is... No, not so fast, Ms. Edgeworth. But now, I simply think that you ought to think a bit more outside the box. And that's in that it's even clearer now that the incident started with Mr. Faraday's murderous intent. Let's quack quickly. An explanation won't be enough this time. It's going to take some very decisive evidence to prove it wrong. It was just chance that Mr. Faraday's body fell on top of Mr. Rell's. Two bodies fell into a pile, what indicates that they attacked each other at the same time. It really doesn't matter in the slightest that they fell in opposite order. Francisca's explanation isn't absolutely correct. All I have to do is find a hole in her logic. Once I do, I can present her with the evidence that proves the contradiction. Next time Mr. Faraday's body fell on top of Mr. Rell's. Okay, chance is not exactly great.
Hold it!
Objection! Pressing someone's testimony in order to gain some time to think. You're a real one-trick pony, aren't you? It's too bad you're only one sentence. In my text, if you wish for more details, it's how Mr. Faraday ended up on top of Mr. Rell. Someone's impatient. Just about to explain everything to you. So how do you think you can call for the objections? Francisco, I'll make you a deal. I'll hold on if you hold on to that whip of yours. Well, I'll hold on to it, alright, as I whip you. Oh, now that you've quieted down a bit, I'd like to continue if you don't mind. Fell into a pile. Which indicates that they attacked each other at the same time.
Hold it!
And by they attacked each other at the same time, I assume Mr. Faraday had two different weapons in his hands. He made to attack Mr. Rell, holding both of the knife and the revolver. And then, Mr. Faraday fired the gun. Mr. Rell grabbed the knife as he was falling and stabbed Mr. Faraday. So Mr. Rell wound up on the bottom, with Mr. Faraday on top. Close range is more than possible. But any other ideas? Then show me what you've got. I will. And to that extent, I'd like for you to append what you just said to your testimony. And I've got the lie. I was waiting. I thought maybe they attacked her at the close range.
Objection!
I was waiting to see something like that. They killed each other at close range. Sorry, but that's impossible. Just as is written in the crime scene notes. The firing of the handgun did not leave a gunpowder burn on Mr. Rell's clothes. Therefore, Mr. Rell and the gun must have been separated by a distance of at least 2 or 3 yards. Yes, this is by far the biggest contradiction. The two bodies are piled up on each other, and yet the gun was fired from a distance, and with there being no chance that Mr. Rell moved that far after being shot. There's only one possible explanation. But what completely foolish line of foolish thought from a thoroughly foolish fool? If I'm not right, then who was it that made the first move with the intent to kill, huh? Who? Attack with murderous intent, that would be either man. Here in this room, contradictions appear no matter which man we claim attacked first. Thus, there can only be one explanation. There was a third person in here. There's a third person who killed both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell, and set their bodies up to make it look like a double murder. That third person is the real culprit. Edgeworth, there's just one thing you're missing. Evidence of correct? Exactly. Everything you've said up until now is nothing but the story played out in your head. However, this is where the real test begins. Can you prove there was a third person involved in this crime? Of course. What's really here, that fact will resolve a glaring contradiction. Proof that has been all set up made to look like they killed each other. So I'll present it, and lay bare the final piece of the puzzle that's not yet in place. It would be the bag with Mr. Faraday's blood on it.
Take that!
Mr. Faraday's hand, and the plastic bag with his blood on it. These two items point to the presence of a third person. How so? Call Detective Gumshoe's testimony. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle. There wasn't a struggle in this room, and there shouldn't be any plastic bags on the floor. I mean, someone else must have deliberately scattered them around. Do you not see the possibility in this? Disregarding the gun for a moment. There's a high probability that blood splatter when a knife is used on a person. If the culprit held the knife with a plastic bag around it, they could use the bag to catch any blood splatter from when they withdrew the knife, thereby spreading a few more plastic bags around and mixing the bloody one in with them, and arranging the room to make it look like there was a struggle between the two. They were able to conceal their presence. Looks like we've still got a long way to go in this investigation. Yes.
Objection!
Damn, look at the judge. He's fucking ready. Look at him go. That dude's jacked. He's ready to go. He's ready to throw down. What the heck is up with you, pal? Mr. Pat, I advise you to place Detective Gumshoe under arrest. What? What's the meaning of this? Huh, looks like you're not the man enough to discipline your own subordinates. Don't you dare. That detective claims he was there, standing in front of the door this entire time. But I have it on good authority that it was all a giant lie. Miss Yu, I ask that you please explain that last statement. I'll let his honor explain it himself. I saw it with my own eyes, I tell you. He says there was a period of time when there was no one in the hallway. What? See, Mr. Bad? So I ask you, why would a detective who was supposedly doing his job the whole time want to fabricate such a lie? Gumshoe, did you kill Faraday? No! Of course not, sir! Peter, that's the one who set this whole crime scene up is that detective. Trisky renders his testimony a complete lie and wholly invalid. Looks like your perfect logic is come tumbling down, Miles. hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle. Is Steven really a lie? Detective Gumshoe, you're now a suspect in the murder of 2 men. Now spit out the truth, or so help me. I haven't lied to anyone, sir. Honest. I was really there. I was in the hallway the whole time.
Hold it!
Detective Bad, I ask that you please do not act without my permission. After all, I am the one who's heading up this investigation, am I not? Don't talk like you know what's going on, boy. All I want is for this investigation to run perfectly. Perfection is the only wish of a disciple of Von Karma, after all. Therefore, before you take Detective Gumshoe into custody, I'd like to set the record straight on something. And what is that? I asked Detective Gumshoe about the state of the hallway. Detective Gumshoe, I take it that no one else was in the hallway at any time, correct? Huh? Of course not, pal. You're being awfully defensive. Might you be hiding something from me? Watch your mouth, pal. You can't go around saying stuff like that about me without any evidence. I suppose you're right. I have no evidence at this point. Miles Edgeworth, how can you be losing a battle of wits with this detective? What a disgrace. Grr. Let's go with something else. Sure, why were you missing from the hallway for a span of time? Look, pal, like I said, I was there the whole time, okay? There's testimony against you.
Objection!
Miles Edgeworth, why are you wasting our time with a completely useless question? The reason as to why he was absent is that he was busy committing the crime. Says otherwise, he's a fool. I'm gonna snooze those ads. We don't need them. I suppose the one thing I'd like to clarify is Detective Gumshoe's motive for committing this crime. Motive? Huh. Gumshoe, you got a grudge against Faraday or anything? No, sir, not me. Not a single bad thing against Mr. Faraday, sir. Is that a fact?
Objection!
You really have a problem with lying, don't you, Detective Gumshoe? I'm telling you, I am not lying. The more unnatural you act, the more suspicious you become, you know. If you want a motive, Edgeworth, I have one for you right here. Please share it with us. However, be forewarned that I won't hesitate to object to flights of fancy. Because all I'm interested in is the perfect explanation. You're serious, aren't you? Fine. You amuse me, so I'll humor you with a little courtroom practice. It was about a week ago. I saw the detective get chewed out by a livid Faraday in front of the precinct. He stood there super pale as Mr. Faraday yelled, "That's a salary cut for you, you nitwit!" A brand new detective suddenly getting his salary cut. That's reason enough for a grudge. Well, how's that for the perfect explanation? You totally misunderstand me, pal. No matter how mad I get, I could never hold a grudge. Quiet. We can't trust anything you say. Sir? There's nothing wrong with the motive she proposed, per se. But there are some gaps in her logic that need to be filled in. She used perfect explanation. It may not be so perfect at all. About a week ago. You live it. Yeah. Just press on everything.
Hold it!
A week ago? Then you and Detective Gumshoe were acquaintances. No way. I only met him in person today. How did you know about Detective Gumshoe? Oh, I've seen him around before. Wait, didn't? Okay, I'll let it fly because I don't think there's anything there.
Hold it!
Mr. Faraday was upset. Yeah. You know what else? Mr. Faraday isn't exactly known to get angry often. There he was, totally beat red in the face. And the offending detective just stood there, pale as a ghost, like he was about to die. Just like the face he's making now, right? Completely innocent, I tell you. Poor man. There's quite the scene there, the detective. You stood there so pale as Mr. Faraday. That's a salary cut for you, you nitwit.
Hold it!
You just stood there watching this unfold in front of you? Yeah, I have to say it was really enjoyable too. That's why when I saw Detective Gumshoe earlier, I knew to steer clear of him. No way. I thought it was because I had something stuck on my face. But you do. Huh? What have I got stuck on my face? Start with your eyes, nose, mouth. Oh, and those ridiculous eyebrows. Huh? Oh man, messing with your head is just too much fun. Miss you, if you don't mind, I'd like to return to your testimony now. Sure, why not? And after suddenly getting his salary cut, that's a reason enough for a grudge.
Hold it!
To cut a new detective salary right off the bat like that. I'm not really familiar with the way you guys relate, but is that a common practice? Or speaking of cutting my salary, did you try to do that to me earlier too? I suppose I did. It is only natural to cut a worthless detective's salary down to their actual worth. My father can even fire anyone, new or old, with a snap of his fingers. Do you really think that's enough for detectives to hate you people? Well, I guess I really shouldn't cut people's pay. Got your salary earlier. Oh, is that for your perfect explanation?
Hold it!
You call your explanation perfect. Is it not to your liking? Fortunately for you, it's just not up to my standards. Oh, is there something you want to clarify in that case? Should I raise an objection? If you could clear this one thing up for me. Ask the detective directly. What was your relation to Mr. Faraday? Faraday was in charge of training rookie detectives to testify in trial. I met him on the very first day into the Criminal Affairs Department, pal. Oh, I had no idea Mr. Faraday was so involved. Faraday. It may look like an easygoing guy. He's actually a bit of a nut for strict discipline and manners. Guys like Gumshoe tended to rub him the wrong way. There, now you know how Detective and Mr. Faraday were related. Happy now? No, wait. You said you only had one thing to ask, right? There's about one more thing. You're right, Edgeworth. Poor baby. What? I'll let you have another go. How's that? I understand Detective Gumshoe's potential motive for killing Mr. Faraday. However, what about his motive for killing Mr. Rel? Motive for killing Rel? I think I would know. There's no clear motive for both of the murders, but I doubt this incident would have occurred. Wouldn't you agree? Anyone else who might have had a grudge against either of the two men? Or should we look into that ourselves? Oh, in that case, I have absolutely no idea. That's impossible. She must know something. Please not glare at me like that. It makes me laugh. Well, anyway, the way I see it, as long as he had a motive to kill one of the two, this crime would have played out the way it did anyway. Oh? Would you care to explain your logic? Instead, please try to provide a truly perfect explanation. Perfect this, perfect that. Stop being so tight, or is that a requisite trait for being on karma? Miles Edgeworth, I demand you shut this rude woman up! I should both be quiet for just 1 second. Oh well, guess I'll just have to explain it to you kids. There's no one out there with a motive to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel. All you really have to establish is that someone had a grudge against one of the two men. Mr. Rel, who happened to be there, being a witness to Mr. Faraday's murder. Therefore, he was killed out of necessity instead of to look like he had killed each other. That's really true. There's no one out there with a grudge against both men. I should take a hard look at the evidence this morning's case. We'll call it involving an embassy staff member. The two men who both wound up as suspects in this case. I'm overlooking who is somehow related to them. Let's see. I love that the judge, no one knows how old the judge is.
Hold it!
There's no one else who might have a grudge against both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rowe. I suppose no one is a bit of a stretch. I'm pretty sure no one like that was here in this courthouse today. Lying through her teeth. You saw someone like that earlier. Besides, you don't need to prove that the killer had a grudge against both men.
Hold it!
Oh wait, someone had a grudge against one of the men. In that case, aren't there plenty of other people who fit this bill? Sure. After all, who doesn't garner scorn from one another simply just by being alive? The only one who had a grudge against acted upon it was killing both Detective Gumshoe. Furthermore, Mr. Rowe, who happened to be there, became a witness for Mr. Faraday's murder.
Hold it!
And he was basically silenced. Aren't you glad you managed to avoid the same fate, Your Honor? Why, if you had been the one to witness the blood-covered detective. What? Detective Gumshoe, you would kill even me? What? I could never do something as terrible as that, Your Honor. There is no need for even a second of deliberation. I will hand down my verdict here. Your Honor, we take a look around. We're not in the courtroom right now. I'd greatly appreciate it if you would stay here with us in reality. Please forgive me. I don't know what I do. Do that, monsieur. Hurry up and continue with your testimony. If you do so, I will whip you into shape. That's nice. Sounds kind of like fun, actually. I'm sure they will raise the witness, Mr. Rowe. Please go down necessity instead of like the gay.
Hold it!
I didn't do it, pal. Or feelings, but I don't think we can take the word of a criminal seriously. But I can't even begin to think of ways we set up a crime scene. I suppose you do lack the necessary tactical mind required to do such a thing. Why do you have to kick a man when he's down, pal? You put yourself down, detective. You're a big boy. I bet you thought it up all by yourself, right? Yeah, that's right. And I worked real hard at it, too. This proves one thing about the detective. He has the mental acuity of a worm. I have to admit, her explanation makes sense. However, there's also something she overlooked in her testimony. I should present that piece of evidence and see if I can make her see the truth. I think it's this one here.
Hold it!
Nope, I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to press. I wanted to present. I have one more. I can't present. I can't. I want to present this.
Objection!
Monsieur, I believe there is someone you overlooked in making your statement. Or rather, is it because you'd rather not bring this person up? What do you mean? We are looking for someone with a reason to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rowe. I can think of at least one person that fits the bill. He was the suspect in the original KG-8 incident, and a member of the Cadopian Embassy staff, Mr. Manny Cochin. That's right, the very man who came to visit you earlier in the hallway. The man who killed a member of the Cadopian Embassy staff, Mr. Rowe. The man who was the lead prosecutor of the KG-8 incident, Mr. Faraday. Telling me that Mr. Cochin has no reason at all to kill both these men. Well, I suppose he might have a reason or two. You covered for me, pal. Maybe you're not such a bad guy after all. Don't get ahead of yourself. You're still a suspect, make no mistake about that. The perfect evidence, the perfect testimony, these are the only things I wish to hold. But I didn't do it. You will stay under my authority and go investigate Mr. Manny Cochin for me. Remember, I will not be forgiving should any of this leak out. You want to investigate Cochin? You'd just be wasting your time. Why is that? Cochin was up in the viewing gallery watching the trial. Or so I was told. Every cop in this place has been keeping an eye on the guy since he arrived. And the only real suspect we have is still Detective Gumshoe. Suppose so. Oh wait, come on, Detective Bad. You gotta believe me, sir. I really was in that hallway the whole time, sir. I never took a single step into this room, sir. Okay. And what you're saying was someone else who passed through the hallway. No, there was no one else, sir. Then why should I believe you didn't do it? An incredibly foolish detective, standing right there in front of a crime scene all by himself. It's as good as a confession of guilt. I have to admit, it's a bit strange. Most criminals will fabricate some sort of lie to escape their crimes. If that detective really wanted to prove innocence, you'd think he would do at the very least offer up an ice-spaced outlaw on duty or like. Come on, Gumshoe, time for your interrogation. Get bad. Miss Edgeworth, I will go on ahead and report this to Papa. And as they say, is that right to everyone? Suppose we should be getting back to our real jobs now, huh? I do miss you. There's something I'd like to speak with you about. What is it? I'm going to save it here before we move any farther. So thank you guys for joining me. Looks like there's going to be, unfortunately, I can't skip these ads. So there's going to be ads into a raid. So I'm going to send you guys off during that. So thank you guys again for joining me. We'll be back next week with some more Ace Attorney. Let's see who's Stu's going and I can send you guys off. And send you guys over to Cloudy. Thank you again, and I'll see you next time. Later.